Oh shit, my damn camera ain't fell. What's good? What's good? What's good, man? We back in this thing. It's your boy Beanie, aka Emerald Thoughts, as I get some shit together. Oh man, y'all see the title? Y'all see the title? Obviously, trigger warning, cause it's definitely gonna be needed with this conversation. Give me 1 second. Okay, so knock shit down. Or maybe I did. Somebody knocked him out. But we back in the building, man. Like I said, y'all see the title. I'm definitely not here to cause any enraging thoughts. I'm definitely not here trying to engage in trolling when I had this conversation. Obviously, it's gonna feel like I am. But honestly, this topic came to me kind of out the blue. I really don't watch this guy's channel too much. I click his channel every once in a while, but he just so happened to be talking about Tory Lanez. So some of his other content popped up, and where is he at? So they ended up having a debate, and it actually had other women on the panel, and not like this is not like Fresh and Fit where all the women are pretty much like randoms in a sense. Like these are legit panelists. That's the same panelists that he has to build a relationship with and come with and meet every week or so. I mean, it might switch out every once in a while, but he talks to these women on a pretty consistent basis. And not only was he able to get his take off, the only person that really had a rebuttal to this was a man. The women in the panel agreed to certain degrees, and the other men in there also agreed. And I guess I give the caveat in the beginning, just because I said this is not really to be a trigger warning, and like maybe the title, but at the end of the day, this is literally the conversation at hand. Are all women assumed to be hoes? That's probably what takes the trigger away from it. And when you throw that assume word in there, it's going off of kind of having how you should move. And this would just be the caveat I give going into it. It's one of those situations where you go into it just knowing life isn't fair, or you go into life knowing life isn't fair, so you won't get your hopes up high to when you do get unfair treatment. It's like, what the fuck is going on? You kind of go through a realization like this is what a lot of people go through, and that's why they're saying life isn't fair. So this is more like a approach on how to guess move, in a sense, like when you dealing with women and assuming them to move like hoes or act like hoes or are hoes until they prove you otherwise. And even with just people in general, don't necessarily assume the best or really have any high expectations on anyone you meet, and let them build what you should expect. But I think the reason why it's a conversation, and that's the last point before I get into it, is because when a guy actually has a crush or a girl actually have a crush on that person, it's so easy for them to put a person on a pedestal. And then women already put themselves on a pedestal when it comes to relationships in general. So it's not like they're going to be the checks and balances in that anyway. So for a guy's own protection, it's best to go in it with, I guess, a pessimistic attitude when dealing with a woman for the first time that you have no history on knowing, you have no real background on. And even if you did, it's still probably better to assume a pessimistic training of thought with that woman until she proves otherwise. And with that logic,
Let it be known that you have to.
and I kind of understand. But the more interesting point here is kind of listening to the women's take on this, because I love hearing women's honesty. We don't really get it all the time when it comes to relationship dynamics and things like that. So when you do get it, it's definitely refreshing. So
What are we not saying?
I don't.
Well, by default, I'm assuming that every woman is a hoe. So.
They're starting off very young.
And if she's not, then that's even better. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt her.
Starting off very young, that's a really good point in the beginning. And you know what? I love to. I'm gonna start just doing everything like a fucking heavyweight fight. Fuck it. We about to scorecard this shit. Let me get a pen and paper real quick. I really just need paper. I know I got a pen. Let me find out. I ain't got no pen and I'm a server. Oh, all the pens in the car. I hope not. I'm like, bro, I'm a server. Ain't no way. Ain't no pens. All right, so this is gonna be the tally, and after the debate, I put the tally marks up on the screen. So Anton, I think is his name, Anton and Cass versus, why is his name the only name not on the screen? Red Hoodie. All right, this is the first debate. Honestly, it's just probably gonna be jabs and power punches. Is the only thing we're probably looking for. I'm not expecting knockouts or anything like that, but we'll put counters too. Fuck it. Counters and power punches. Or KOs too. Just in case. Or knockdowns. Because KO means like you literally got KO, but knockdown. So we got jabs, power punches, and counters. Anton and Cass, first point. And this one's not going to be set up as squarely as some of these other ones because it's 5-on-1. So I expect God not to win. I'll try to like levy that to a degree with the, I guess, like judging with a scale or a curve in a sense. I'll try to judge with a curve based on the sense that he's by himself. But even like she said in the beginning, we start off hella young these days.
And it doesn't hurt me to assume the worst.
And you could argue we've always started young. You could argue that just sex in general, kids have the instincts to want to mate. Just like birds have the instincts to want to fly off to the south in the winter. The reason I say that, have you ever seen a young boy on a mannequin? He'll grab the titties, and you can say he's mimicking the whatever, but then why is he grabbing the ass? He's mimicking breastfeeding. You know, why is he grabbing the ass? Or why does he have the capacity to want to flirt? Or like he just stares at the waitress. Like we all seen that. Like it's not necessarily to mate, but to be attracted to the other male or the other sex. Excuse me. So I think that's instinctual. So when it comes to just humans in general, we hit puberty at 13. So people actually start having an inkling and whatever wanting to mate, you could say as early as 10 or later. And if you don't have any checks and balances, parents and stuff like that watching, you can argue that there's always been kids that started young. So it's just not nothing new.
Going into it. And I don't think that that's problematic. I'm sure Carrie probably thinks it's problematic. But, you know.
No, I don't really.
Can you put me by Carrie? Like me, Carrie, and Kim should go by. We're the center of the.
So look at this. This is what's funny in dynamics. Anton assumed that Carrie was going to disagree. Guy in the red hoodie assumed that Carrie was going to be on his side. He started to group them in the same group. Like we should all be grouped into this. Well, whatever he just tried to describe it as, but he put himself in that group with her. So I was just based on assumption, it seemed like he thought that they was gonna be on the same side. So that's why I like the dynamics of this. I was like, okay, just off rip, people didn't feel like there was gonna be a lot of agreements, and it ended up being that, except for like pretty much one guy.
Oh, Kim too. Appreciate it.
What are we not saying?
I don't.
Yeah,
We're more logical, empathetic, and
So he said we more logical, and then the girl ended up disagreeing with him. That's funny.
Women
You
are
don't think-
promiscuous. It's just the truth.
Most women, self included. Like you said, most.
I mean, that's a personal attack, and he did that a couple of times. That's just something I'm gonna call out. Which you know what, I'm gonna put a thing for that, because when it comes to debates, the personal attacks be like it has to be called out, bro. Honestly, so that's his first personal attack on old girl. He didn't have to use that comeback. He said most women. She didn't say all women. So even with that, he could have said, so do you know women that are hoes? He didn't have to make it a personal thing, but he sent it directly towards her instead of keeping it somewhat more friendly. If you peep the intricacies.
If you say most, that means all of you guys are probably whores too, with your logic.
And they had the kids write some type of journal entries. One girl was 9 years old. They had to call CPS because
Oh, it looked like they might have cut out or something. It looked like some service loss, because old girl's still talking, and I don't think she heard what he said. So I think she thought she was still alive or something.
everything was extremely explicit. So they're starting off young, and you think these young girls aren't turning into teenagers and adults and being promiscuous? Y'all are crazy.
Most
Y'all
of
are
them
crazy.
No. Most of them, no.
Huh?
I don't think that. I think some.
You don't
yes,
think most women are
no.
promiscuous?
No, I don't.
You know what's so interesting? Those same CDC
That's
stats
funny.
will tell you that overwhelmingly.
So this woman here completely is 100% on board with Anton. And I mean, I get it. I'm not even 100% on board, but I get it, especially from the perspective of just keeping a precaution for yourself. But if you want to really get into what it's really trying to say, are most women promiscuous? It just depends on what level of promiscuity I guess a man is comfortable with, or the woman is comfortable with from the opposite sex. That would probably be the next question, because for one guy, a girl having sex with three dudes or something like that, it might be like the worst thing ever. Versus another dude, if a girl had sex with three dudes, it's nothing. He wouldn't even bat an eye. So with promiscuity, it just that in itself is what are we going to describe promiscuity as? More than three or maybe more than 5 guys a year? I don't know. I would have to try to figure that out. I guess with the chat or some shit like that. What's good? Think about the fact that little girls will play house. I brought that up with one of my friends recently, and this wasn't even having to pertain to this conversation. The girls was usually started with the 2 or 3 times occurrences where I actually ended up getting caught by my parents. When that happened, the girls started the house situation. So, and I said, that's the example of girls kind of doing mimicking or showing certain instincts to want to do it. And like I said, I see little boys do it as well when they see the mannequins or I can't even get the word out anymore. When they see the waitress or whatever, they have a little crush and you can see it in their eyes. So salute, we got content. Alex Ward, he's hilarious. Now I already know this is gonna be some of the guys, Alex, that's on the podcast. But yeah, let's finish.
Most people are walking around with an STI or STD.
Yes, facts.
And we'll sit here and
let's go back a little bit. Anton's going to bring, I think, a really good point up. Let's see how this hits.
those same CDC
That's
stats
funny.
will tell you that overwhelmingly most people are walking around with an STI or STD.
Yes, facts.
And then we'll sit here and make the argument that I should.
What does that have to
That's a power punch.
do with anything?
No. We'll make the argument. We'll make the argument that I shouldn't assume that most people are whores. That's crazy.
And I respect what he just Antoine by saying he said most people. Obviously the conversation started off with most women, but just to be in general, if you want to speak about the society, most people are geared to be more sexual. From the TV shows to obviously the porno world, and the internet and that. I think that is definitely hyper sexualized people. Obviously the music, I think that's a part of it. The movies, I think that's a part of it. Books, I think that's a part of it. I remember my granny reading a lot of those sexual, my aunties, everybody, they all used to have them fantasy versions of 50 Shades of Grey or whatever in a sense. So who knows how that could leak down to the youth or whatever in a sense. So I just think there's always been those type of outlets, but as the recent modern era of like technology, I think it amplified it to where kids can now see it, and to a point where it used to be on social media all the time. Like I remember Bebo, like, and I don't know if you guys remember Bebo, bro. This was I was in 6th grade. They have the Simpsons and shit having sex. They have cartoons. They have all them type of cartoons that we used to watch having sex. And this before I even knew what masturbation was. I didn't even participate in anything like that in 6th grade. So even then, being around Bebo and all those different things, like I was introduced to a lot of that stuff very, very early. So I think when you look at Twitter, when you look at Facebook, they kind of censored it down a little bit, bro. But you could, especially still on Twitter, you can down there scroll and you can just be on a bus at school or some shit and see somebody doing the nasty on your timeline. So just understanding that I was in high school with Facebook, I was in high school with these different apps and stuff like that you could use, or these different websites that we could go to. And I had to know the website's name. Like even I think about like Paint Olympics. Like it's something that I seen in high school, but you will watch it with your friends. You got to know the websites to go to, or you just watch it in general, and you got to know where to go to. Versus now, the shit just on Twitter. So how many kids use Twitter? How many kids use Instagram? How many kids use TikTok, where it's the women teasing and showing themselves out? Same on Twitch. I remember it was a conversation on Twitch not too long ago about the same thing, about how all these other streamers are getting banned, but all the women that's in bikinis and the bathing suits never get banned off Twitch. So it's interesting. And that just go to show, like, yeah, we do have a super hyper sexualized society. And when you take that into a factor that's a possibility, you will move a little bit more pessimistic throughout reality.
This little girl was aspiring to be a porno actress.
Well, you're
At
assuming
9,
that
10
everyone
years
everyone gets STIs from having sex.
Girls are starting OnlyFans at 18 as soon as they turn 18. We not supposed to think that women should not be slotted as hoes? I would not want any of my male family members just to be letting some woman into our family.
Wait, Molly.
Listen to what.
Please say that again, Quentin. Please say that again.
Go ahead, say that again.
Please say that again, Quentin. Yeah, exactly. Don't ever question anybody's intellect up here again after you just said that dumbass shit.
People, we can't.
You don't even know what intellect means, Slim.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple different conversations going on. The Molly girl, like, I think just the strip club culture that translated to OnlyFans, because like the girls that would want to make the good money in stripping, they was like, I don't have to actually deal with a man, so now I send that on to taking feet pics or doing whatever on OnlyFans. I think that really came from the stripper environment. And when you ask more girls than not, would they strip for one day if they could make a certain amount of money, or would they strip for a year or something to make a certain amount of money? Even girls you probably wouldn't think would say yeah. And that just go to show, not necessarily for like their character's 100% trash just because of that happened, or they think that way, or even participate in it. That means nothing to me. It just, you would assume that, like, say it's a girly's girl or some shit, you'd be like, oh, nah, she wouldn't think like that. The fact that she would even contemplate it, you'd be like, okay, well, maybe I should keep more in mind that girls don't have the same, like, problem with it as a dude would. I think more dudes look at, I guess, stripping in a way than women look at it. Like, just like walking outside naked. Like, I just feel like a girl would feel way more comfortable walking outside naked, parading her body around, than a dude would. Like, I just think when it comes to stripping, women don't look at it as a real thing that's like something crazy. Like, that's just when it comes to it. But a dude, I think we have that mind of wanting to keep girls pure, or they gonna always be pure, and the biblical kind of stuff. And I feel like at a certain point it's okay to have those expectations, but even then, in this hyper-sexualized realm of shit people been smashing since high school, it's just hard to expect. Like, it just is. It's like, it's almost like it's fantasy versus real reality at a certain point is what I'm trying to get at.
Let me shut the fuck up.
He said most people don't have STI.
Man, you just gotta stop.
Oh, Slimmy.
And then to get to that second point, the STI situation, you don't necessarily got to be sleeping around to get STDs. You can literally sleep with one person, but at a certain point, when Houston has like a fucking rate that goes up out the roof, or a college campus has a fucking STD fucking, I forget what it's called, a epidemic or something at the school or whatever it's called. It's because a lot of people fucking, and they fucking often, and it ain't because they fucking the same person. So let's just be real, and just be, like I said, it's a little bit of fantasy. It's like, oh, the 50% of the people that got STDs is because they only slept with one person. It's like, that's a little bit of fantasy if we being honest, because your odds go up the more you sleep around. Obviously, it could happen at one time, but let's be real. Most of the time that you catch them is because you had multiple occurrences with people. Pretty back to back, usually, at that, if we being honest.
Most people shouldn't assume that people got STIs from having sex. It's literally called a sexually transmitted infection.
Is herpes a STI?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you going to answer the question? Why don't you just answer the question? Okay, I didn't think so. Well, I just wanted to prove a point. You didn't answer the question. You ran.
Yeah, and even just back on this point, I remember I was in a warehouse, and it's like I said, we could want to think women appear and all that and want to feel that way. It's the same with men. Men, like when you understand the men that's out here, bro, you got to understand the society we are in. I remember this guy telling me or asking me, because of an STD conversation at Gallery Furniture. He was like, bro, you never had an STD? I was like, no. And we was in a cab, so it was like a bunch of people like around. They was like, really? And they was like, yo, I had one. It was like, shit, every nigga I know I had one. I was like, what? And I look around, these niggas was in unison. It was at least 4 or 5 niggas I was talking to in that conversation. So, at the same rate, if niggas out here can admit to certain shit like that, and horn and all these different things, we know men are dogs and stuff like that, we just automatically assume men are the dogs, men are the ones that's gonna sleep around. And I think that's a part of that fantasy too. The other side do it just as much. And I think that's the conversation that even people like me had to come to understanding with. I still don't necessarily fathom that all the way. And I think the red hoodie guy don't fathom that either. But there's a lot of dudes sleeping around. And they ain't just sleeping around with themselves. Like, let's just be honest. All these dudes getting these STDs and all these things, and 4 out of 5 dudes in the conversation, because I'm the 5th, said they had STDs. Like, nigga, that's a pretty high rate, sitting at a table. So to me, that's the type of stuff, or even the conversation, I remember back in middle school, I was trying to make a girl my girlfriend. I was a virgin at the time, right? You didn't play house and shit and all that other type of stuff, but truly was a virgin. So I think this was like 6th, 7th grade. No, it was 7th grade because we was at Humble. I was at Humble. I was trying to either hook up with the girl or whatever. And I was like, yeah, something. I got to make her my girlfriend. And the dude looked at me. He was like, why you think that? I was like, you only can have sex with girls if you in a relationship. He looked at me again like, why you think that? And then he told me, that was the name. I think his name was Scooby. His name was Scooby. He was a transfer. I think that's what it was. I remember the day and everything that this conversation I had now. It's all coming back to me. It's like, yeah, bro, like, nah. Like, you could just have sex with girls and, like, never have to date them. And, like, he blew my mind. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. Like, that was back in 7th grade, and I already kind of knew, like, oh, I might think a little more, like, religious or conservative than the average person. Which, I mean, I guess. But even back then, certain stuff like that should have, like, kind of put my mind in a certain mindset that I just didn't. Like, I don't know what it is.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, herpes is an STI.
Okay. You can get herpes from kissing someone. That's not sex.
Okay, Quentin.
Bad counter.
You can get it from using the same needles, blood transfer. That's not sex.
Bad counter.
Okay.
Just saying.
How do most people get herpes?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
Nah, Scooby was definitely corrupting me. I ain't gonna lie to you. Scooby corrupted me, and shout out to my boy Johnny. Johnny corrupted me too. Johnny, this was when we got a little bit older. This was like 10th grade or 11th grade. I think Johnny came in 10th grade, to Summer Creek, like the second semester. And we ended up being classmates or something, and he was on the football team, but we ended up getting cool somewhat quickly. And one of the first conversations was about him being a player. I don't remember how the conversation started. And I was just like essentially asking like how you do that, like essentially like fathoming, like, cause it looked cool. I'm not gonna lie, it looked fascinating dealing with a bunch of different girls. So I was interested. I was intrigued, just being honest. He told me the game. I ain't gonna lie, I abused it a little bit for a good little while. I ain't gonna say a little bit. So with that understanding. Yeah, no, you could definitely get corrupted, but I think at that same rate, how many youth have already been corrupted is the conversation at hand, is from men and women, and how often and how early. I remember just telling stories. I was in 2nd grade. I forgot to ask my mama for $2 or $3, or she ain't want to give it to me. I think I forgot to ask, and it was a talent show. All the kids that didn't pay had to go to the trailer and sit in the room with the unpaid kids that weren't going to watch the talent show. So we sitting in the room, we chilling, and the teacher was like, you know what? I'm going to go watch the talent show. Keep in mind, I'm in the 3rd grade. I'm sorry, I was in the 3rd grade. NACU Henderson. The teacher leave. The motherfuckers go behind the board or behind like the little, it was like a closet, it was something. And them motherfuckers was hunching. Like real life hunching. Blew my mind. I think that was the first time I ever seen somebody fucking in real life. This was in elementary. Now I know people hunch, I didn't play house at that point. So I knew what they were doing. I tried to do it. I ain't never do that. Like I ain't know that was what you were supposed to do. 3rd grade, I learned. So just with that, like, how young are kids getting corrupt? And at what percentage? When you gotta understand, they're not really being watched by their parents for 8 hours out the day, and they're around other kids that's freaky. Other kids that got crushes. It's like, I don't think we fathoming it. Is it 50% of the kids? And that's like 50% maybe, let's just say 30% of kids are corrupted in elementary, where they might be doing some type of playing house, some type of sexual nature. By middle school, that rate probably jumps up another 30% or 40%. By high school, come on now. Most at what rate at high school, most kids ain't had a sexual occurrence or encounter. From blowjob, fingering, obviously, let's say a lengthy kissing, something. So even by middle school, 90% of people, 90% of kids, 80% of kids are definitely somewhat sexual. Because you really become an outcast if you're not. If you're a boy and you're a virgin, you're an outcast. You literally can't leave high school being a virgin. It's honestly like, that's how they make it seem like. Like, while in high school, bro, like, come on. So when you even think about that, it's very interesting.
You being a real diva tonight, you know.
I'm proving a point. Like, I'm more logical now. You're using fact over feelings right now. You're using your feelings.
I'm not using fact over feelings.
Yes,
the original conversation.
And all personal text don't hit the same. I tell you that. If you can hit a personal text that's accurate and the audience agrees with it, and maybe it might not even be an attack. It could be looked at as more as criticism, because if it's actually accurate, it might be just criticism. So I'm gonna take that away, because he is acting a little sensitive. So criticism versus personal attack, it could get very dicey. I will say that.
So, the original conversation.
You're not being a good boss tonight.
I'm a panelist like everybody else.
You're not being a good boss tonight.
Don't say that, Quentin, because then he's gonna go back to being quiet. So shut up.
No, I'm a panelist. I'm not a boss. I take the L just like everybody else. The fact of the matter is, I think it is very, very smart. Your sons should automatically
Nah, they definitely was giving me cheat codes. I ain't gonna hold you.
assume that the women that he's gonna interact with, as far as that showing interest in him, he should by default automatically protect himself by assuming that she's already slept around and that she's not a virgin and that she's probably been around the block a couple of times. If she proves him wrong, then that's even better. But
Okay. So now I'm trying to quantify something with this promiscuity thing. He said been around the block a couple of times. A lot of dudes would be comfortable with that. Now, when you say the block, do you mean one person, a couple different people, or do you mean like she ran through the whole block a couple times? That means it might be 10 people every year or something like that. Like that's insane. So I want to quantify both of those. I think the girl that's slept around maybe 2 or 3 times from out high school, college, let's say 5. Less than 10. Let's say less than 10. Because I had talked to some girls, bro. Those numbers be high early. Well, for what a man would expect, I guess. There's things like me. But, well, used to think like me. Let's say less than 10. What would be a problem with her getting in a relationship, and would that translate, those sex partners that she had, would those translate to her necessarily being a bad partner to you? I don't know. I think the conversation may come into it with she have the chance of being a good long-term partner if she's so experienced, and maybe you may not have, you might not. Let's just throw a scenario out there. So say your girl been with 10 different guys. She loves you, she likes you, y'all been together, y'all been rocking. But let's just say 10 years through, like you're set financially, you got good plans, you're somewhat entertaining, but in the bedroom you lack. She got 10 other guys that she may can compare you to, and it's like he just not hitting the spot. Would that start to become a slippery slope to where she want to leave you eventually or cheat on you eventually? I think that's maybe a conversation where this could be like, why would dudes even care? That's why I would say that might be a reason why we would be looking at the total numbers of a girl and how many she slept with. I don't think there is a certain number, whether it's one guy she slept with or 5 guys. I mean, it maybe just depends on the chemistry y'all have. I don't know. Or how bad you may be at a certain thing compared to how good another person might have been at that and she compared it to. That could lead to certain things. And it's vice versa. As a dude, like, if you had a bunch of sexual partners or a bunch of different girlfriends, and say your girlfriend loves to argue with you, or say your girlfriend just doesn't do something around the house and another girl didn't do that, at a certain point, if you had a bunch of partners to compare her to, it may weigh on their relationship in the future. When you just be like, man, she's really just not learning or getting that done when it comes to what other people has been able to prove and do for me. I could see that as a potential factor to long-term relationships not working. Now, I don't know, like I said, the number, it's no magic number. For some girls, it may not ever be a thing because you actually meet all the boxes and check all the criteria of being better than all of her past guys, or just as good. Like, one guy, yeah, he was great at sex, but he had nothing else going for him. You are just as good at sex and got all these other things going for you. It's like, I think these, like if you can meet 80% of the requirement, most of the time you should be good. Especially if you're always trying to get better. Nigga, go take some Blue Chew. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, nigga, go take some sex classes, go watch YouTube or something. Nigga, go get better. Nigga, go get in the lab. That's all I'm gonna say. But I do think it could be a potential factor. I just don't think it would be a nail in the coffin, essentially. Just because your girl has more than 5 bodies or more than 10 bodies or 15, whatever that magical number in your head, essentially. And at the same time, it's like long-term relationships, if you're expecting that, You can't. It's shit that's gonna happen regardless whether she has 0 bodies or 10 bodies, bro. Temptation gonna always be out there. So it's like you could try to avoid the inevitable. Like, I'm going to date a girl that's completely a virgin, bro. Temptation is out there. Eventually, she will get tempted, and if she don't have good morals, that's gonna be the problem. If she's not really connected to you, that's gonna be the problem. And I think that's very similar to you see the passport bros. They try to go fly out, find these women or whatnot, and think that just because these women are supposedly be traditional where they at, once you bring them to America, all the American ideals and women that they're gonna see and reflect on and be like, I don't have that, or I may want that, they're gonna just become as modernized as the women that you was trying to run away from. Unless you just stay overseas, then maybe that's a different conversation. But yeah, it's just like, I think some people try to avoid the inevitable and look for these magic questions, which I think could lead to just like I said, this path of endlessness of trying to find somebody perfect, and you won't. But I still do agree with being a little bit of pessimist, or not even a little bit, just being pessimistic when dealing with people for the first time. I still can't agree with that.
I think that starting off here, instead of starting off here and getting disappointed, but starting off here and letting people prove themselves is a much more effective way for you to go through life. Under promise, over deliver, have low expectations, let people surprise you, let them be pleasantly surprising versus having these high expectations and then being disappointed by the fact that she slept with your homeboy.
Let me see. Let me check the comments real quick. I would say kids are getting introduced to it around 10 to 14, with boys learning about it first and spreading the word, at least from what I've heard from guys. I mean, in that same aspect, yeah. But at the same aspect, I remember my first girlfriend, she taught me how to tongue kiss. Like, my first girlfriend taught me about threesomes. And I'm talking about my, like, first, like, 1 week girlfriend for real. Not even first, I think high school girlfriend. And this was at Humble. And then when I got to high school and officially lost my virginity, she was younger than me and more experienced than me. So it's like, it just depends with the conversation. Like, when you say who's, and then when we go to a house situation, the girls usually start the house. But I had also situations where it's even. We was playing hide and go get it, and it was an equal amount of dudes playing and an equal amount of girls playing, and they was all for it. So, like, I can't lie to you. It was, for me, I really can't pick who really starts it. I think it probably just whoever these bad households is, those kids can just spread like wildfires, and it's hard to be able to point. But I'll point at the bad households and the education system in whole, because they don't check this shit at all. They give you one class about sex health, and then nigga, that's all you get. Well, you get 2 classes, one in high school, one in.
I don't know how we get into some of this shit, man. Like, where people are saying some folks aren't being logical. This is the best logic you could possibly use. If you have low expectations, you don't get fucked over. You don't.
So you're operating scarcity. Got it. Got it.
We live in a hypersexual society, and we don't think that most people are sleeping around. Are we serious right now?
Man, if you look on IG right now, like, what the fuck you gonna see? These girls are getting
touched at a young age, and
what are you going to see? Let's just be real.
Most people aren't what are you going to see? Most people aren't on IG.
And then she also speaking, the Malia girl is speaking to trauma. And that's very accurate as well. And that's why I say the bad households. Because that leads to, from either kids being touched by other kids or kids being touched by adults is what, and then also kids being touched by the internet. Those are the top 3 reasons why a kid may be hypersexualized. And let's be honest, if we was to break it into percentages, I know most of women I have dealt with throughout my life has been have gave me some type of sexual assault or deeper conversation, whether it's from family members, whether it was from randoms. Like, I could think of multiple conversations that I've had with girls I've dated, girls I haven't dated, girls I just work with. So when it comes to that conversation, and I don't want to get into the dudes, because dudes not going to talk about that type of shit, but we know it happens a lot with women, and let's just say it happens at a 20% or 30% less rate with men. So let's just say 60% of young girls go through some early experience in trauma that will lead to them being hypersexual early. And when they're later on being promiscuous or whatever, you're just not quantifying why they are so promiscuous or why you might be so free, just like the men, or whatever you want to look at it. You could look at it based on, let's say, 50 to 60% of girls have had some type of situation before adulthood with that type of, like I said, conversation. Then you look at internet, I say that's another 40%. And then shit, what's the other 10% I said? Oh, your peers, being touched by your peers. Like, shit, honestly, bro, it might be just 33. It's just, like, if we was to really give an emphasis on it, like, they all have their own equal and powerful impact. And, shit, the thing about it is, it's a double dose a lot of times. You get the sexual harassment, you got the media constantly throwing it at you, and you got touched, and not even touched by your peers, but you may have even done something with your peers at a young age. Some of us have completed all three of them, the trifecta. Most of the kids have done with at least the internet. So, and then the other kids dealt with some type of sexual assault. And all the kids that dealt with sexual assault dealt with the internet. So it's like, bro, we all got double dosed regardless of how you look at it. Because either you got sexually assaulted or you did something before you was an adult with a peer. You had, like, it's just a high likelihood. And then when you add the internet with it, come on, bro. I understand this conversation, honestly, fully now. At first, I was a little bit, but as I'm starting to think about it thoroughly, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
IG.
Fuck IG. Okay, tell Quentin to go ahead and take the risk. Don't use a rubber and assume that every woman is not a whore. And then don't use a rubber.
I've never had an STD in my life.
That ain't what I said.
He's taking the risk already.
I never have an STD in my life, and I've used a condom maybe twice in my whole life. So
I'm gonna move on though. This was a pretty good conversation. Y'all can go and look throughout. I think pretty much the basis of the conversation had been said, and I think the fundamentals of the conversation hit home. As you meet a new person, whether you're a man or a woman, you should go in thinking like, hey, this person probably is a little promiscuous, or they got hoes, or they got a boyfriend. That's why I honestly truly think most girls I have came across to, they got somebody they talking to, at least kind of entertaining. So to a degree, when you're in a dating phase, you have to go through and understand you probably a part of a roster, and that's a concept I've always understood. But I didn't necessarily understand how that could translate to how somebody may not can cut that off long term. And it's a good conversation because people could be, hey, we dating, I got my roster, I'm chilling now. You show me the truth, I'm chilling. And that could last for 5, 10, maybe even 15 years. And at that point, if it fails, 15 years is still probably great. 10 years is still great. But if you was looking for something long term, like life, yeah, that would be disappointing. And maybe that could come back into the fold. But when you talk about dating, for a fact, most likely that person has some type of roster. Whether it's just a 2-man team or a whole basketball starting lineup. Like you have to kind of expect that going in. And if you don't, you kind of setting yourself up for failure, especially if you're trying to throw all your eggs in one basket. And like, they ain't really looking at you that way. They ain't coming with that same type of energy because they entertaining so many other people. And that could lead to bad kind of results And that's a whole nother other conversation I heard Rollo Tomasi and people kind of talk about, but I won't get into that. We will get into, I want to watch this one first. Oh shit, let me click. Shout out Meteor's Ogre Tutorials. I'm gonna watch the actual video, but he left the link in these hoes. Let me see.
You want to do that? 60.
Shout out Meteor Ogre Tutorials. This is a good video. He reacted to like 2 points.
You want to do that? 60.
Damn, this only a 14-minute video in itself. This shit crashed quickly. But this is another, I guess, red pill versus feminist conversation. I thought it was gonna be a little bit longer than this, but let's just see how this works and how this plays out.
60 seconds back and forth.
That works.
Or if you guys want, we could give it another shot at just keeping it open combo.
Oh shit, it starts off here. Wow. Okay, that wasn't the, okay, this is whatever.
Look, so we're gonna continue.
Okay, that was, all right, here's the full video.
Continue the conversation, but there was one other thing you said to me there in private.
You're fundamentally a dishonest person.
Okay.
Like fundamentally dishonest. There's no reason for you to hold that presumption at all.
Oh, by the way, Anton cast one. I gave him like 2 jabs. I gave him 2 counters. Red hoodie. I mean, he didn't really have too many great counters, honestly. But let's get into this. Andrew versus, I'm just going to call her feminist. I don't know her name, unfortunately. Well, let's see how this debate plays out.
On top of there being no reason for you to hold that presumption whatsoever, you get to the studio, then say you have health issues. It's like, yeah, it seems fundamentally dishonest.
Right. I mean, that's just kind of something that you don't want to disclose because it's a little embarrassing. But
we're not asking you.
Are you quiet?
Look,
strong
we're
woman.
not asking
I thought you were a strong woman.
I hope you guys have a really good day.
Andrew Wilson completely annihilates this.
Fucking bitch. I'm thinking this is a full live stream. Am I tripping? Does this dude keep popping up? Okay.
To vote.
Yep.
He just showed a clip in the beginning.
How's that a red herring?
Because you're not actually acknowledging any of the information that I said.
I refuted the information.
I didn't even.
And she
study, and McKinsey & Company's Women in the Workplace study, by the way, is what he's referring to. But it's actually, if you go and look it up, it's generally considered accurate and comprehensive in its findings. So I have quite literally no idea what my opponent is talking about, as well as the fact that this is a red herring fallacy of just, oh, this is wrong and my opponent is wrong for the following reasons.
How's that a red herring?
Because you're not actually acknowledging any of the information that I said.
I refuted the information.
I didn't even hardly talk about that.
I have refutations to your video. Okay. I have your video right here. And you start by saying the largest comprehensive study, the Kinsey study.
Which one are you talking about?
I'll play it for you. Give me a second here.
Okay, well, I think we should stick to what we're talking about today.
We're talking about all of this today. So
I would like you to be less hostile to me, first of all, because I think we should just have a general discussion.
Stop whining. We're doing a debate.
Stop.
Jeez. Oh, geez, already she's accusing Andrew of being hostile. I don't think he's being hostile.
Hey, man, it's my commentary. I'm joking. Where's the fucking full clip? God damn, 3 hours? All right, cool. We're not going to react to all this by any fucking means.
Amen. Kylie, you're going to go first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Kylie. I just wanted to start by saying a little bit about what I stand for, which is just feminism generally. And I would want to say that feminism is a crucial movement, both in the United States and across the world. Feminism is defined as advocating for gender equality and challenging the structures of power that perpetuate discrimination and violence against women. It is not an attack on men. Rather, it is a call for an equal and just society. In the US, despite progress, women face systemic inequalities, which means that gender inequality is rooted in many of the systems that we see today. For instance, women in the US earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man makes, and Black women earn just 63 cents. So there are 3 reasons potentially that this could be the case, which is I would say that we do not value female labor enough in this country. And there's a phenomenon called male flight, which is typically when a field becomes very female dominated, 50 to 60% women. Men typically begin to leave that field and the pay rate for women drops. So that might be some sort of implicit phenomenon happening, as well as domestic labor is unpaid, which is when women typically take on more of the child rearing in homes. And obviously that is not something that is compensated. And for women who do go to work and raise kids, there's inadequate child support, meaning we often miss out on promotions or other major opportunities.
There's a couple things she said I'll just try to hit on quickly on. With feminism, the organic root of feminism is nothing wrong with, but there's a Trojan horse that's being used to divide people, essentially. So when it comes to feminism as, I guess you want to call it a party or organization, as a whole, it's changed a lot throughout the years. And you can even talk about some of the people that was like products of feminism, like Margaret Sanger and stuff like that, like where feminism, some of the people that stuff originates from, always had bad intentions. But I'll say, let's just say the average woman that was a feminism or a feminist, I think that has changed throughout the years. And I think has been used as a Trojan horse to become more divisive throughout the years. And on originally standing on a good front. It's no different than Black Lives Matter. I think Black Lives Matter, the root of it is great. But when you talk about the people that use Black Lives Matter to be a Trojan horse and get something out of it and push certain narratives like George Soros or those women that bought that mansion and used the money inappropriately and all these different things. You can look at the LGBTQ movement. Initially, it's at the root of it, it was a good organization as far as, not even organization, had decent principles in talking about advocating for freedom or equality for gay people. There's nothing wrong with that. Unless you're religious, that's a different conversation. But at worst, having rights and stuff like that, you got to give people rights no matter if you disagree with them or not. That's what America was built on. As far as like the freedom, the inalienable rights, and all those things, they're not infringing on someone's inalienable rights. I forget what the 3 what's the names are. But I know the inalienable rights is one of them. So when you look at stuff like that, like I said, the LGBTQ organically had decent principles, but it gets corrupted because there's people that see a benefit in how they could use that organization to push narratives, divide the country, and push other harmful things on kids, and do so many other different things. It happens all the time. These grassroots organizations essentially become corrupted once they get to a public level. And it's no different than most corporations. A corporation that was using organic products, using everything holistically, doing things by the book, was really worried about the quality of something versus the actual maximum profit of things. Once that things go public, all of that goes out the window. That's just how it is. That's just the nature of the beast that we deal with. So that is what I would argue when she talks about this feminist. Like, obviously those are very almost fantasy type of things when you talk about what feminists has become, as far as just some of the things that I'll say the government has used as far as feminism. Keeping a black man out of the home. Do I need to say less? Like, do I need to say more? Excuse me. Like, they wouldn't give child support or certain benefits to the mother if there was a man in the home, regardless of the struggle, regardless of the financial difficulties, and there's a kid still in the household, which incentivized pretty much women to say, I don't want a man, I don't need a man, because I could use the government. And how feminism and the government was pretty much tied into one at that in those eras, and even still to today. They use feminism to help push LGBTQ, which also help push a lot of stuff on kids. That I would say, if you're an adult and you want to push these to other adults and they want to accept it, cool on them, but not with kids. So, yeah, that would be my main argument to her feminist stuff.
In the career because we are not supported in that way. So this all could explain that.
Oh, and then the pay rate stuff, that's just based on you. When you quantify all the jobs, men work more high paying jobs that are more dangerous or just so happen to be male dominated jobs that women have no interest in. So when you take those, they're always going to be even like sports and stuff like that. Male sports is more entertaining to the public. People spend more. So when you look at the overall total of men making more money than women, it's going to look crazy. Like she said, it's like 60% with black women and 80% with white women or other women. But that's kind of based on the jobs that a lot of women choose to work. They don't want to work in oil fields. They don't want to do some of those, be like front lines to a lot of the dangerous jobs, which salute to them. Like, I wouldn't want to either. And that's why I don't choose to do those things. But that's really where those compensation differences come into play more than unfairness. Because when you look at a job where there's a man and woman working, most of the time they're getting paid equally. Like it wouldn't, like a business wouldn't put themselves up to that type of litigation where it's like you got the same exact job title. Let's just say y'all got the same exact amount of years put in. Like, unless you could quantify like in sales or some shit, like it's gonna most likely be very equal pay. And then when you argue fields like me and serving, girls kill me. I could never make as much with a woman making serving, or even like. I'm sure there's other jobs like that, but there's some fields where women kill it, and if a man was in that field, he would have a hard time trying to get work in it. Like, let's say a man had a lifelong dream to be a nanny. That nigga not gonna make nowhere near as much money as a woman. So it just depends on what fields you in and stuff like that to a degree as well.
Economic inequality, which brings me to, according to the World Economic Forum, it's going to take roughly 300 years to close the gender gap for both economic and political empowerment for women. In countries like Afghanistan.
Andrew, if you'd like to give yours now.
Yeah, just a second. Let me back up here. There's one thing I wanted to address right in my opening. I've been going through Kylie's videos, and she knows so much which is not so. This is a big bait and switch. This happens often. I think I pointed this out to the Whatever podcast many times, especially when it comes to sociology and psychology, how often they are wrong. And here's how they're wrong most often. What they do is they take studies which are recently published, they point to those data sets and say, because this is right now the most current data set we have, it's true, and then operate as though those things are in reality true when they're not. Kinsey says, for instance, on gender quotas, according to, and she cites this, and many feminists cite this,
My name is, are you talking about?
The Kinsey study.
Oh, the Kinsey study.
Yeah, the Kinsey study, which you cite, right? And most feminists cite the Kinsey study, has been debunked for years. I don't know why
Which
feminists
study is
continue.
This?
Hang on. Wait, it's my opening statement.
You'll have a chance to cross-examine him. Just allow him to finish his
let me walk you through this. Earlier this week,
he didn't cut her off, so she definitely initiated the first cutoff, and even tried to play like it wasn't, like she tried to play like they were being over coaching or some shit, mansplaining, I guess you'll call it. But he let her get her shit off, and she didn't. Interesting.
Journalist Christopher Brunette flagged a paper in a March 2024 issue of Econ Journal Watch, a biannual publication edited by George Mason economist Daniel Klein, that publishes articles, lengths, responses to other economist errors. The paper, written by accounting professor Jeremiah Green of Texas A&M and John R.M. Hand of the University of North Carolina, addressed the first of three McKinsey 4-installment series of diversity studies. Green and Hand sought to test the replicability of McKinsey's findings. Guess what they found, guys? Could another set of researchers using the same data come to the same conclusions? Since McKinsey refused to turn over its numbers. Green and Hand had to reverse engineer the firm's 2015, 18, and 20 data sets. The results were startling. Green and Hand couldn't replicate the results of McKinsey's first 3 studies, which monitored the profitability of the executive demographics of an undisclosed group of S&P 500 firms claiming to have found a positive correlation between diverse leadership and the firm's performance. We do not find a statistical significant positive correlation between McKinsey's measures of the racial ethnic diversity of executive terms of firms as measured in December.
I guess this would be a counter because if her main source is going to be the McKinsey, whatever it was called, and it's easily debunked by sources, or you can call it credible sources or not, but the fact that there's a debate out there and look like a academic or whatever you call it debate, it's a good counter / power punch.
For 2019, Green and Hand reported, and either the likelihood of financial outperformance.
Especially when you say most feminists stand on that, and she didn't even backtrack to just go look and test that herself. Like anything, bro. Especially with the spiritual stuff I study, bro. When I talk about looking at the pros, the cons, all of that shit, bro. Like I did it all. So ain't no way. I was very thorough. If I'm gonna stand on something, bro, it's gonna be very thorough research, honestly. So for someone to make such a public declaration about women's stances and all these different things, you would think they did that same type of backtracking and testing their theories and seeing what are the counter theories to what I think and stuff like that.
Performance in 15-19. So to give you a quick summary, the study seems to show its most likely correlation and not causation, meaning companies were already doing very financially well, and they have the luxury to mess around with diversity quotas and initiatives. In addition, the data from the 2024 paper was unable to replicate any of the older McKinsey studies, any of them. That should tell you something. So that's a very recent data set, right? Why don't any of the psychologists ever go with the recent data set? Well, the reason they don't go with it is because it doesn't affirm their nonsensical worldviews. That's why they don't go with them, ever. You'll find this very common in sociology and in psychology, which suffer from the replication crisis. Somewhere around 60% of their findings cannot be replicated, are not to be trusted. Psychology is the study of the mind. The scientific views of psychology are only done through data collection, but it has to be interpreted. This is a major problem. So many feminists will tell you so many studies, and luckily I have all of the ones to refute all of...
I gotta run that back. What did he say about psychology?
Terms of firms as measured in December 2019, Green and Hand reported, and either the likelihood of financial outperformance in 15-19. So to give you a quick summary, the study seems to show its most likely correlation and not causation, meaning companies were already doing very financially well, and they have the luxury to mess around with diversity quotas and initiatives. In addition, the data from the 2024 paper was unable to replicate any of the older McKinsey studies, any of them. That should tell you something. So that's a very recent data set, right? Why don't any of the psychologists ever go with the recent data set? Well, the reason they don't go with it is because it doesn't affirm their nonsensical worldviews. That's why they don't go with them, ever. You'll find this very common in sociology and in psychology, which suffer from the replication crisis. Somewhere around 60% of their findings cannot be replicated, are not to be trusted. Psychology is the study of the mind. The scientific views of psychology are only done through data collection, but it has to be interpreted. This is a major problem.
I mean, I understand that. I think with psychology, it has to be used with discernment because you can get very lost. You can go down a rabbit hole. I just speak from personal experience with not really loving capitalism, not loving money, not seeing value in the rat race. That shit is a form of, like, when you start to get down the psychology that goes along with those training of thought, you just don't, you lose energy and want even to be like doing anything. Like, you don't want to work, you don't have any motivation to do anything as far as achievement. And it's a decent way to have an understanding, like, yes, this is a rat race, but if you go down the wrong psychological path as far as like saying, instead of wanting to, let's say, be sovereign and break out of this, a lot of people just tap out, and the tap out end up being homeless, sleeping on couch to couch, not really having a, like, that's the psychology you can go down. So it's no different with like many other trains of thought, whether it's like satanic, holy, just many different psychology. You have to be able to use discernment and see if it has just some type of spiritual value, and it's like, all right, I understand I don't ever want to get lost in the rat race, or like just understanding if it actually has physical application. Like there's actually, like he said, 60% of psychology can't really be fact checked. So there is a 40% of it that really does have quality. And I mean, that's anything, bro. Like when you talk about information, I think whether you reading or talking to anybody, bro, you got to filter out 70% of the shit that they say as far as like useful to you. Like, I think that's just life in general. I think on an average day to day, it's 70% of just fluff and trash emails that you get dealing with people, and then you get 30% of like really good encounters and conversations with people throughout the day. And that's kind of how I just looked at life, I guess, for a while. And I think it's no different than how I look at mentors or how I look at people. That percentage may change a little bit, where if I respect them more, I'm looking at 80% of what they say. It's like, all right, I can take that as far as like something I'm really trying to live with or try to applicate into my life or something like that. And then there's people like a homeless person. If I'm talking to him, that rate may drop down to like a 10%. Like he might have some shit. Like it might be like old school might say some shit. He might be a drunk, but 10% might be some game. Other 90%, yeah, it's fluff. Like I don't really need to pay attention to that. So when it comes to psychology, when it comes to self-help books, when it comes to any type of like information, I think you always have to use a very good filter on how you need to understand what the truth is, what's possible, like, because I guess there's a truth factor. There's multiple things you can take from it, but most definitely, like, the shit that you're going to keep, it's like going to be 20-30%. And that's like throwing out the bathwater and keeping the baby. And that's how I apply that with life, essentially.
So many feminists will tell you so many studies, and luckily I have all of the ones to refute all of my opponent's studies today. Because what happens is they have a biased worldview and they want the data set to correlate with the worldview rather than wanting to tell you what the actual truth is. The truth is that a bunch of S&P 500 companies who are very rich were already doing really well. And for the purposes of publicity, they decided that they were going to start doing a bunch of DEI hires and ethnic hires and this type of thing. And they decided that they made it the correlation causation error. That's it. You'll find this over and over again, I'm sure, as we go through this debate, as we go through the numbers, especially when it comes to the abuse of women, especially when it comes to just how useful women are. We talk about domesticated labor. What a joke. You believe that women should be paid some type of domestic wage. However, it's skilled labor in the home, which keeps the home running. It's always going to be paid way more than domestic labor because it's more worthwhile than domestic labor. Simple. So with that, I'll finish my opening statement. I can't wait to dive right into this.
Okay, so Kylie, it sounded like you maybe had some pushback you wanted to give on something Andrew said there.
Yeah, so I very briefly referenced the McKinsey study, and McKinsey and Company's Women in the Workplace study, by the way, is what he's referring to. But it's actually, if you go and look it up, it's generally considered accurate and comprehensive in its findings. So I have quite literally no idea what my opponent is talking about, as well as the fact that this is a red herring fallacy of just, oh, this is wrong, and my opponent.
But not knowing what he talks about is not a flex. I just want to point that out as a somewhat mediator / I'm gonna get my own take on this, because not knowing a rebuttal to a debate is a weakness. Not knowing what the counter argument is going to be to your debate is a weakness. She came into this shit ill prepared. If you're going to debate anybody, I learned this in high school in debate class. You have to understand and respect the other person's points. Because if you don't actually thoroughly go through and examine what they're going to say, it's going to be things that you're not prepared for when it comes to the debate, and it might catch you off guard. So maybe that gives an insight to why people hate me so much when it comes to debating, because nigga, I already know what you're going to say, because the fact that I have my points, nigga, I already researched what the other side most likely is going to say. So when it comes to conversations, bro, I'm already knowing where the shit's going to go. when it comes to debate, especially when you talk about these debates being had for a good minute. It's a lot of information on a lot of the conversations that we be having in society.
Opponent is wrong for the following reasons.
How's that a red herring?
Because you're not actually acknowledging any of the information that I said.
I refuted the information.
I didn't even hardly talk about that.
I have refutations to your video. I have your video right here. And you start by saying the largest comprehensive study, the Kinsey study.
Which one are you talking about?
I'll play it for you. Give me a second here.
And she said, I barely even mentioned it, so you didn't refute anything. But essentially, you still double down on talking about how it's still a great source, essentially. So you got to stand on one point or another.
Okay, well, I think we should stick to what we're talking about today.
We're talking about all of this today. So
I would like you to be less hostile to me, first of all, because I think we should just have a general discussion.
Stop whining. We're doing a debate.
Stop.
Personal attack by her. She tried to put him in a frame of reference that look at as a bad guy, when this should just be about the points that they're talking about, not each other. So he rebutted it by saying stop whining, so I'm gonna give him a counter. I don't look at it as a personal attack because she tried to engage it, he just finished it.
So
I'm not going to give you the reaction that I know you're looking for.
So women are better leaders than most.
And she tried to double down on it again, but he ignored it.
Oh, yes. I was looking at that video. Yeah. That's like one of the ones that.
And you cite which study?
Oh, yeah, the one that I'm talking about now. But I didn't reference that in my opening at all. So I think the people in the audience, if they had any sort of common sense following along, they'd be like, what is he talking about? Kylie didn't mention that, which I didn't.
But the thing is like, this is a current core part of your worldview and belief, and you make propaganda videos about it, even though it's completely uninformed.
That women are better leaders. I think that is a subjective opinion. None of the statistics and facts that I gave previously are objective opinions. Like the fact that women didn't have the right to vote until 1920. Women couldn't open a bank account in the United States till 1974.
When did men get the right to vote?
That's a good counterpoint, because she's saying what I'm bringing to the debate is not necessarily what I bring on a podcast or what I bring on a show, because I will give my personal opinion on shows. I'll give whatever. So I think that was a good jab / counter for her.
Oh, okay.
She said, in this frame of reference, in this debate, I'm not bringing that to the table because for whatever reason. So I think that was a good rebuttal.
I know this is exactly what you were talking about. This is what you're known for, is like getting people on a technicality that we don't historically know. But the answer didn't have the right to vote until 1920. Women couldn't open a bank account in the United States till 1974.
When did men get the right to vote?
Oh, okay, I know this is exactly what you were talking about. This is what you're known for, is like getting people on a technicality that we don't historically know. But the answer to that is no. The answer to that
the answer is that's no?
No, the answer to that is the fact that in 1920, everyone was given the right to vote, but there were still barriers to vote for people of color.
When did men get the right to vote?
The right to vote was guaranteed to all people in 1920, according to the 19th Amendment.
Before 1920, were all men allowed to vote?
No.
Okay, great.
They weren't.
And then when men's
because
suffrage
of white
was passed,
supremacy and because our system was not founded equally.
Are you aware that men only got any rights to vote about a decade, roughly, before women?
I think you had to have land to vote. If you're being frank, I don't know if a black man that had land could vote. So that's still probably a conversation. But I think even as a white man, if you didn't own land, you couldn't vote. So it wasn't that all men could vote. If I'm not mistaken, we could look that up. I wasn't trying to get into the whole timeline. I'm just trying to fact check that question. Let's see though, this will be interesting. They said 1920, so let's skip. Wisconsin gave black men the right to vote. So certain states let people vote. Yeah, it's not giving me the answer. answer I was looking for. I'm looking for, honestly, a direct answer. This is John Adams saying why people without property should not be able to vote. So, I don't remember if it was just a conversation or if that was a real law.
Women.
That is not true. Men have been making, the founding fathers were all men, so I have no idea what you're talking
Well, what
about.
does that have to do with the right to vote?
The right to vote was historically withheld from men of color. It was a white.
It was also withheld from
Listen to
the
me.
general population.
Do not cut me off. Do not cut me off. I am in the middle of speaking.
They was both cutting each other off, so that was. I'm gonna give him the counter. He said the general man could not vote, so her trying to make a point of women was being treated unfairly for I guess a substantial amount of time will kind of be invalid if you want to use the voting aspect of it.
I don't care if you're in the middle of speaking. You're in the middle of a debate.
The right to vote.
You don't have your TikTok mute button, sweetheart.
I will not be speaking anymore until you have a conversation with him.
Well, look, if we can, for both people, if we can allow each other to finish, even if you want to jump in, just let the other person finish speaking. If somebody's going on a monologue and they're filibustering, I'll try to get them to wrap up. But just if they're making a point.
Mocked. I have not said a word that is bad to you. I talked to you about your family in Michigan. I want to get property.
Most of these domestic violence claims
in schools of like what that. I'd like to start by saying, yes, the McKinsey study in sociology, psychology studies are flawed, and that is true. They are continually, it's a field that's expanding, and that's why I chose to study psychology, because I do find it so interesting. But that doesn't negate the fact that plenty of studies have found a significant correlation between being a woman and being a victim of violence at the hands of a man. And again, the study of 1 in 3 women globally who experience sexual or physical violence. And I think that is the core of what a lot of feminists believe in, is trying to combat that violent behavior and to protect women. I'm sure that's close to a minute, so I can pass it over.
Yeah, so
fix my mic. You can't hear me, brody? My mic low? Bitch, cut all the way up. I haven't been talking recently. I don't know. Let me see.
Violence. And I think that is the core of what a lot of feminists believe in, is trying to combat.
I could cut it up a little bit. It's clear on my end though. Let me see. Nah, bro, that hoe all the way up, bro. I can't cut that hoe up no higher. I don't want to yell at you. Appreciate you for tuning in. I don't know what's going on.
Feminism has completely lied to everybody, and I'll explain exactly how. It failed in its promise. Its promise was that it was supposed to protect women. It hasn't protected women. The very idea that you want to put women inside of male workforces is not protecting women. The idea that you want to have dual colleges where it's men and women together is not protecting women. These are terrible ideas, and they've been borne out as being terrible ideas.
Hey man, this is not even a red pill conversation that I used to get that from. When I say men and women shouldn't work together, bro, that was just a real life conversation. Like, I ain't seen it so many times, bro. Like, men and women next to each other in a work environment, bro, there's going to be fraternizing. Most people find their spouse at work. So when you talk about some of the other stuff that's going to happen as well, yeah, I really wouldn't mind seeing more spaces that was built for just men and women. And I felt that men would be comfortable in those. I feel women would be comfortable in those when it comes to like work environments, just based on the way that men could talk to each other and it not, because even with sexual harassment, bro, you don't even have to say nothing to the woman. If 2 men are talking to each other and or even just not even harassment, HR like violations, if you and another guy talking to each other a certain way about something and a girl don't like it, bro, that's like, that's looked at a certain way to HR. So when it's more men, like that still could happen. When it's all men, that still probably could happen, but it's just less likely to happen. Same when it's all women. And a lot of these sexual assaults and stuff like that wouldn't happen. Maybe even when you talk about the education system, that would kind of neutralize a big portion of that double dosage I talked about earlier. If we had all boys school, all girls school, all the way up until you graduate to college, how that would kind of neutralize a lot of that early peer-to-peer sexual whatever intercourse before they're an adult. So it wouldn't. Obviously, it still happening. Kids gonna throw parties and stuff like that. So yeah, appreciate it. I don't know what's going on with Brody stuff, but hopefully he can hear me now. But yeah, so yeah, man. I always thought with women and men working together, man. If I had a girlfriend, I do not really want her working around me. Like that work hubby shit, all that type of shit, bro. That shit is not a game. That shit is real life. People really be having that, and not necessarily where they take it outside of work all the time. But nigga, I don't even want that being a playful thing, honestly. And it be that even when you don't expect it. So for me, I don't like it. I don't like it, especially just looking as a boyfriend that's super, protective, or you even call it territorial. Like I don't want other niggas fraternizing with my girl like that. Sorry. And 8 hours a day, fuck all that.
Talk about sociological studies being flawed. I don't think that you're really being honest about how flawed they are. The replication crisis in sociology is getting worse, not better. It's not getting better. Even with all the meta-analysis, it's not getting better. Why isn't it getting better? It's because of bias. There's so much bias which is going on, especially from the purview of feminists. And feminists use standpoint theory. They want everything to go through the view of women. So when you're talking about, for instance, the criteria, when you're talking about what that means that women are assaulted, right? What is the criteria for that, for what an assault actually is?
That's a really good question. We are definitely working on defining the lines for that. So right now there's an acronym that we are coming up with that we want to teach in schools of like what that means.
Yeah, that's what I remember in school. It's been so long, man. It's been over, 2015, it's been over 13 years since a nigga was in high school. But in college, we ain't really talk about too much government shit from what I remember. And it's been, I say, about 10 years since college, so it's been a minute.
Which is FRIES, so freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, or engaged in specific of what consent means, so that there is no confusion about what is happening in terms of, whether it's an assault, because I know that does happen where men are confused and they don't know, and especially if there's alcohol involved. And so my goal is to protect women and also to make sure that men know that if they are causing harm, a lot of men, they don't want to hurt other people. They don't realize it. And so I think if we have better education about like what assault is and how to prevent it, because again, there are male victims. So I think if it's something that we can come forward about and make sure that everyone feels heard and supported, then men would also come forward more about like if they've been assaulted.
This doesn't answer my question though. My question is, when you cite the data on how many of these women have actually been assaulted, what is the criteria being used?
That's a good question. I see your point of how it varies, like based upon the study and things like that. But I think a lot of these problem is that it is self-reported. But again, another issue is that means they could be underreported as well, because women are too.
It could be under or over-reported. Honestly, you could lean either way when you talk about it being reported or ooh fuck, I'm muted now. Fuck, I didn't realize I was muted. But that sucks. But just based on what they're just talking about right now, getting into how I'm mad I was muted. That shit threw me off. I ain't gonna lie. But just how she was talking about the shit is over-reported, or she said under-reported, but it could easily be over-reported when you talk about being self-reports on what someone could change their mind on and do things like that. But regardless, there's a lot of women that still get sexually assaulted. Like I said, I think it's 50 to 60% of women in this society that has that type of story that they could tell. So it's still a very high rate, but at the same time, when you're trying to paint a picture that I guess men are inherently a certain way, it's kind of unfair, because there's a lot of men that got touched as well. And then when you talk about other forms of harassment, it's a lot of stuff that happens with men. Like shit, when I'm at work, there's a girl that touches me every time she can see me, and I'd be so annoyed. Like trying to find a way to conversate with me every time she see me, and I'd be so annoyed. I can't say nothing because I don't want to be mean, I don't want to be rude, But that technically is a form of sexual harassment. But I'm a dude, so I'm not about to say nothing about it. So when you talk about those type of situations, that shit that happens all the time as well for guys that we just would not say nothing about it. So when you look at it, you just can't form a narrative based on a statistic and try to paint a picture of that like just men are inherently evil, when most of these things are based on proximity to who people are around in certain environments that people are in. So that's really what the conversation is about, instead of trying to paint pictures of whole genders in totality.
Scared to report it. So yes, there are issues with that. But another thing though is that women are definitely in a position in the home where they are not safe in a lot of places. And again, that comes back to the kind of assumption that I was talking about earlier, is that like it's because we married the wrong man and this guy is unsafe in our home. But it's not about that. It's sometimes when you marry somebody or you date somebody, they can then become violent towards you because they see you as their.
So listen to this carefully. Like, she tried to craft a narrative because of the domestic violence and situations and stuff like that. But when you look at lesbian relationships, their domestic violence is higher than any rate of any sex. So when we're being honest, you can't just paint a picture on one way of, like she's trying to do, that these men in homes are violent, and 70% of women that stay with men are pretty much in threat of that guy changing up on them and doing something to them. Like, that's really a wild take that she's getting off, if we being honest.
Property almost.
Most of these domestic violence claims and things like this are happening from single mothers with boyfriends, though, not happening from the father at home.
Do you
in
have a
married
source
relationships.
for that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering because,
Not only is that factually the case, but interestingly enough, if the state seizes custody of a child inside of an abusive home, the child's actually more likely at the hands of the state to die than they are in the hands of the abusive home, which is insane, but true.
I think.
Now, let me give you the studies that you're talking about here.
Okay.
Okay.
Are these the studies about which claims that you said?
Yeah, so here we're going to start with the National Incidence Study, NIS. It's the largest collection of all types reporting data relating to abuse and maltreatment of children. Okay? 68% of maltreated children were maltreated by a female, whereas 48% were maltreated by a male. Some children were maltreated by both. Of children maltreated by biological parents, mothers maltreated the majority, 75%, where fathers maltreated a sizable majority, 43%. In contrast, male perpetrators were more common for children maltreated by non-biological parents or parents' partners, 64% or 75%. Safest place you can possibly be in the home is with your husband and with your children.
That's a hell of a counter. That's a hell of a KO, especially when a power punch, when you talk about how ridiculous that claim is. Just understanding, man, like, most women do a lot better when they have a guy with them. Like, most families, most kids, like, in reality. Now, the situations where you talk about the partner not being of the parents, like, obviously that happens to a majority of people. You end up being a single parent and you end up bringing someone else in the home, and one time or another that could happen. But the thing about it is being careful, really vetting the person that you're dating and things like that. And you could also look at that as a reflection of who brought that person in the household. So we could paint a narrative, what she's trying to do, and it's not necessarily, he's really rebuttaling it and he's going to clear that up. But the rebuttal is essentially that when we look at statistics, we could easily make that women are just these violent, evil, inherently dangerous to kids and shit like that. But no one really thinks like that. Obviously, it's more based on proximity. You want to know why? Based on women raise kids at a higher rate than men singly. So when it comes to domestic things or problems with kids and abuse, whether they beat the kid too much, whether they don't feed the kid enough, whether they just do whatever type of situation, is more likely to happen with a woman because more women end up being single parents. That's how statistics work. So when it comes to certain things, you just can't make a blatant statement because so much context has to be used with it. So you can't just sit up here and say all women are bad. It's just like, no, it's just more likely to happen with women because they're the ones doing the most likely having the baby by themselves. Now, even when the man has them, it still happens to a less degree, but let's just be real. like it needs to have context. So that's what his rebuttal is, and it's like when you try to throw these blanket numbers out there, like women normally report abuse way more than men. So all the domestic things that happen to a man inside of a house, he probably wouldn't report when it comes to domestic abuse. So when it comes to women and the proximity to men, of course it's going to look like 60% to 40% or 70% of women may get abused by versus 40% of men getting abused when it comes to abusive households. And look how much of a disparity, like 30 or 40% gap that is. That just must mean men are so evil. Like, no, bro, that's just like when you start to throw context in there, no, that's not what that means. So that's where I talk about these Trojan horse. Like, feminism started in a good place, but it started to become so divisive. I would say, honestly, it started in the 80s. There's documentaries that I've watched about young black girls that was like in Brooklyn or something like that. 12, 13 years old, already had a kid talking about she don't need a man and why she thought that. And this was early 80s, but I'll say it really got really crazy in the 90s and early 2000s with the music and all that other good stuff.
That's for women, the safest place they can be. Any study that you pull up is going to be drawing from the NIS source. That's direct from the NIS itself. There's no refuting that. I've looked and looked and looked. It is definitely from partner incident violence. Women are the safest when they have a husband in the home.
I think for some women that is the case. I think there are good men out there, and I think that's a misconception that feminists don't believe in that there are good men, that we hate all men, which definitely isn't true. But I would like to say, like, because you're saying, you know, psychology is an evolving field, there are different studies and different numbers. Male perpetrators are predominant, and while the exact percentage differs, it's generally estimated that between 75 and 90% of child sexual abuse is committed by men or male adolescents.
Nope. That's because it's not drawing from the correct data set, which would be the NIS.
But the
reason they do that
have the authority to say which one is the correct data set?
Because they all draw from the NIS. All of them draw from this data set, the NIS. They have to. It's the most comprehensive source for reporting. So here's what happens. If you wanted to gather data, you're a psychologist.
Are you seriously explaining to me how it works to gather data?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted to gather data, right?
Yes.
If you want, especially on crimes, you would use law enforcement or the best source for reporting, right? In this case, self-reporting is going to be far less reliable than reports to the police, things like this, right?
Yes, understandable. So you're saying that this is the most comprehensive, therefore the most reliable source.
It's the most comprehensive source.
But where are you finding that it is the most comprehensive? Because you haven't mentioned a source that says it is, because I'm looking at it now.
The NIS?
That's not from the NIS. There's the national...
It's from the NIS. From the NIS.
There's the National Center for Victims of Crime in RAIN, which is the statistics that I just
RAIN
pulled
draws
up.
from the NIS.
Okay, so then how come it draws from the same source?
Because
my conclusion is different than yours.
Because they changed the criteria for what is considered assault, and they changed the criteria. Like, I've seen it as bad.
So this is what makes him kind of a master at debating. I'll say he's pretty dominant. I'm going to give him a KO for this because he set this argument up very early. If you paid attention when he was asking to describe what assault is and how assault could be, he made her acquiesce to certain points that was going to really be the hook, line, and sinker as this debate came through. And when we start to get down to the credentials of the NIS, it starts to shine because now she starts to understand, and you can see she starts to get a realization how an organization or a new, like he said, I forget what he said, but database or research department could try to come up with these new information. It's based on how they could change certain rules or change certain boundaries to what things mean or used to mean, or not used to mean, how they could pretty much change the definition of what assault is in their definition, and now how they could start to change the metrics of how a statistic is shown. So he really wrapped that up pretty well.
As them saying that men cannot be essayed by women because it's non-penetrative.
I see. So you're saying that that would skew the numbers.
It does skew the numbers. So the results of the National Incident Study, NIS, the largest collection of all types of reported data related to abuse and maltreatment, 68% of maltreated children were maltreated by a female, 48% maltreated by a male. Mm-hmm. Women, when they're in positions of power over people who are weaker than them, actually abuse more than men do. So at the same time, while you say, well, women have to run this big gambit of threats from men because men are much stronger than women and have more propensity to violence, when women are in charge of people who are are inferior in strength to them, their incidences of violence towards them are much higher than men's incidences of violence towards them.
That's
it
quite
sounds
the
like women
conclusion.
are the greater threat here than men.
Sure. If you want to say that, that's totally your prerogative, but that's not what the numbers say. So you can say, no, it's my turn to speak. You can say what you want about all the different statistics and how they come from a specific study, but the point is that there are different estimates, and basically every study conducted globally has found that the number of female victims is astronomically higher than male victims. Not to say male victims aren't important. If you are a male victim, especially if you haven't spoken up, I have seen the effects of having male sexual assault in my family, so please talk to somebody. It is serious, but 1 in 6 boys have been sexually assaulted, and a lot of the time it is by male offenders.
Yeah,
so it is
but
serious.
what about the fact that when we're talking about rages of abuse of children, women are the ones who are most often in charge of children. The domestic rates, for instance, inside of a boys' home where the prison guards are all male, and it's a male, youth population versus female. If there's a females in charge of the youth population, the statistics for abuse skyrocket. Same thing inside of public schools.
Are you saying that women are more likely to be?
Women are more likely. No, women are more.
And that only reason I could not even need to back check that as far as research is because you could just know when it's just with a parent. When the mama trying to discipline the kids, she always got to be like, wait till your daddy get home, or she could do as much as she want, and then the daddy just look. Like when it comes to discipline, men I guess just give just a better, our energy are just better for that. Honestly, this is what it is. All right, we give off masculine. We and what masculine gives off a lot of that dominant energy, and dominance could display itself in many different aspects. Leadership, it's many different traits that dominance could show itself in. I know dominance could sound as far as just like the word submissive, it could just come off a certain type of way, but it's so many different pros and cons to these different things. So I know a lot of people like to just look at the negative aspects of things, so I try to bring out the positive. But yeah, so when it comes to discipline, just in general, you always look at that. There's many different examples that you just see day to day when it comes to how men are able to be better at disciplining students, kids in general. It's just different. It's just different. So that even makes sense when he brings up that jail conversation. I'm gonna give him a jab for that.
Likely than men when it comes to the weaker sex. In this case, children. We would just say children are both sexes, right? But they're the weaker human than women. When they're in charge of children, they actually abuse them far more than what men abuse women at. And so it's so who's really the dangerous ones here?
Your 60 seconds begins. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I would like to say that is a claim that is a reasonable conclusion that you are drawing from the data that you are presenting. Unfortunately, that is not true, though. That the vast majority of sex offenders are male, and especially when there are still female offenders, and that is still bad. But the point is that there is significant male dominance, and that most sex offenders are male and female.
I could even think if we want to talk about this is going to become a conversation with, he said, catcalling. How a lot of the new data centers that's trying to come up with these new propaganda use catcalling as a form of sexual harassment to boost up the numbers and percentages of sexual harassment numbers or sexual assault numbers, right? If we talk about personal just conversations, I remember as a young kid how many people that was my mama friend or somebody my mom used to know would say something kind of slick to me. Obviously they wasn't being overly aggressive or anything, but they'll say slick shit to me. And I was a kid, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. As we grew up, it's all the way up to adulthood, pretty much. Before adulthood, that shit happened all the time. So when you talk about it from a male aspect, it's really just not reported nowhere near the same. And it's not even looked at nowhere near the same. So the statistics, man, it's a dicey game when you want to draw conclusions to it. There's a good way to use statistics and help you come to certain conclusions, but you got to be very careful with those conclusions you come to. And that's why academics take that so seriously, where they'll do clinical research, essentially. They'll have funding for research, where it's multiple different sources that they're going through. There's multiple different people that they'll use, or different occurrences or things that they'll use with the funding to help them back what they believe in. So that's what statistics are important, but you really just can't have anybody just trying to analyze them. Let's just be honest.
Females do commit sex crimes.
Trying to come up with like solid, hardcore narratives without it being like fact check. Honestly, you gotta watch it every time.
But they're often underrepresented as perpetrators. So you're correct. But
hold on. Data you're reporting, is it?
Do you want to continue?
Yes, please. And so
I'll give you your 60.
This is from the United States Commission Sentencing, which is just about sexual abuse offenders. And there's a whole pie chart here, about how many times they offend and who they offend and who they're under guidance for. And again, it is saying that the vast majority, up to 80% of the perpetrators are men.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can talk now.
On the scoreboard, she getting cooked. She got 1 jab and 1 counter. He got 4 counters, 2 power punches, 1 jab, 1 KO. He cooking her right now, if you ask me. I'm trying to judge unbiasedly, but honestly, you could tell she's getting schooled, and she's really there to learn.
Loco's Fire Grilled Combo.
Oh shit! You could just tell. Let's see, we can move through this.
That social stigma really is, do we?
No, and I mean, that's also what for, and again, it is saying that the vast majority, up to 80% of the perpetrators are men.
Yeah,
but yeah, you can talk now.
So women, do you agree with me that, I have to ask some questions here so I can figure some things out. I hope that you'll answer them. So do you agree with me that both men and women have the propensity to, in some way, essay the other partner, both of them?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's, I mean, no, yes, I agree. It is definitely possible for both sexes to do that.
The question becomes, if you switch criteria around, right, for what is considered sexual assault, let's just assume things like catcalling are put in the category.
That's harassment, but are you saying hypothetically?
But let's say it's categorized, not as harassment, but as a form of sexual abuse. Would you say that would greatly skew the numbers?
If that were how it was classified, yes. Do you have evidence that is how it is classified?
I do. In fact, there's a whole grouping of colleges in a study that I can show you where that was smuggled in as a form of sexual assault, or SA, or sexual battery in some cases, right? They smuggle in, and so what they do is they decide that they want to make that data set wider. And so they just reclassify things which would not ordinarily be classified as sexual assault or sexual battery, by just inserting those things. Now, the same exact thing happens here. Do you think that it's very masculine, for instance, inside of society, for men to go and report when a woman gives them unwanted touching?
No, and I matter of fact, I do know male victims with female perpetrators.
And they have unwanted touching?
I am not a victim. Don't be calling me that shit. I just don't like she touched me. And this happened in multiple jobs, so it's not this happened to me once. Like, no, that shit happens a lot. And I know it happens a lot for women too. Don't get it twisted. Men that touch out inappropriate, it happens a lot. But it's just like the narrative forming of all men are just inherently this or that. It's just, that's what we got to nip in the bud, bro. Because we could do the same thing, vice versa, and it wouldn't look pretty. It wouldn't look pretty. Because even with, let's just get into it real quick. When you look at single parent homes and how likely that they are to commit some or create someone that's not a upstanding citizen. And what I mean by someone that's probably gonna go to jail, someone's probably just gonna do some type of crime or some type of just something you wouldn't deem a good citizen. When you look at the statistics, and most of that is because it's a single parent home run by women, and then the back conversation to that, or the add on to that. When you look at men, when they're a single parent, the kid is less likely to have those same occurrences happen. Now, like I said, it wouldn't look pretty if we start trying to do those different things, but the only thing that really means is without a man in the house, women don't have as much structure as far as disciplining their children. So when it comes to how their kid becoming an adult, it's more likely for them to have some type of abuse or some type of drug addiction or some type of criminal history or something like that. So it's not that women are just inherently bad, it's just that they can't be the nurturer and the discipliner all the time. Like my mom did a pretty good job of discipline. Like she ain't had no problem bringing out the belt multiple times. Like but that was what was needed, and she gave off enough energy for us to stay disciplined enough. So women can do it, but the women that fail at it, it's very understandable. So when you look at statistics with context, like it matters. So because like I said, if we just wanted to play the statistic game, just throw statistics out there and just not use context and just try to make somebody look evil, we could do it too as far as the men versus women thing. And I don't want to say we, but men could do it too to women. And I don't think it's really fair either way. So I don't want to play that game.
Yes. So they're just far more likely to report it because of the social stigma, which happens to them often from women who tell them things like, I don't consider you a real man like you did to me earlier.
Oh, I didn't really say that, but...
You did. Your exact words were, a real man would X.
Oh, yeah, like real men like my dad who have the same political beliefs but don't talk to women the way you do.
Yeah, whatever that means. But anyway, so a real man does X, right? Wouldn't you say that the social stigma around the fact that women can kind of get away with the same type of inappropriate touching without men reporting would greatly skew these numbers?
Yes, however, I think that women and men who are victims and are perpetrators as well, I think those are both underreported. I think across the board it's underreported, but more for male victims with female perpetrators.
Well, how many more for male victims?
I don't know.
But it could...
You could say it's criminally unreported from men, and you could say it's possibly overreported with women if we was being fair. Honestly, just based on how vindictive a lot of the women are when it comes to knowing the power that they could use. And it's a lot of women, bro. I'm sorry. Now, there is a lot of women that have justly made cases and talked about how they've been abused, and we should hear them out. But let's just say the statistic is 60% of women go through some type of domestic abuse. I would probably say it's more likely 50. Maybe 45 or something like that. That's all I'm pretty much saying. I'm not saying it's a dramatic. That's a dramatic number, but I'm not saying it's more than half of the number or something like that. But when it comes to the over-reporting and trying to make it seem like the majority or more than the majority of women in the relationship is going to go to some type of domestic thing, it's like I feel like that's a little unfair. I think it's a little less than half, if you ask me, which is not the majority. It's still a lot, and that's a whole nother conversation. But and then I think when I talked about the women having some type of trauma, then when I said that's like 50 or 60%, I think that's more based in childhood stuff. When a woman becomes an adult, I think we should have a different conversation on that, because a lot of that stuff be parental stuff. That's more of a parental conversation, and who the parent let them around, or who that parent let that kid go to somebody's house or something like that. So I look at that more as parental stuff, and obviously you can't be the perfect parent. No parent could be perfect and gauge everyone as a good person 100%. Like, it's impossible. You just gotta hope God is on your side with that type of stuff. But and obviously do your best, but God got to be on your side too. Essentially, but yeah, I don't want to lump what happens to people in their childhood based on how we should look at domestic situations and how women as adults and how men treat women as an adults. Like, a lot of stuff as kids, like, yeah, a lot of stuff like that did happen as well. But when people become adults, and how often do stuff happen as far as domestic situations, like, I think it's an interesting conversation when you put it into that gaze.
It could be drastic, right?
And I would hope not.
And if it is drastic, then it would skew your numbers on all of those percentages across the board.
Oh, absolutely, it would. But the problem is we have no way of gathering that data. And with the data we do have, though, I see what you're saying about the stigma, but it is so vastly that women are victims and men are the perpetrators that I don't see that catching up in any percentage.
Why not? It depends on how underreported it is. In fact, a lot of these data sets draw from unreported incidences via estimates, don't they?
the actual journey of helping your.
And if we draw from unreported, that's a whole nother conversation. But like I said earlier, bro, there's a lot of women that use the system against men in times of emotion, bro, and time and rage of whether sometimes justified and sometimes it just don't be. Honestly, it's been times where it don't be justified, bro. They mad he want to break up. They mad he moving on. They mad he with another woman, and he can't go to the cops, bro. Like, it look weird. A nigga going to get a restraining order on his baby mama. Like, we seen how that look. It was Day-Day. The Day-Day situation, bro, essentially, bro. How we laughed at that. How Baby D broke his windows, slashed his tires. Jasmine Sullivan, that nigga. And we laugh at it because it's like you don't look at it as the same as the Color Purple or some shit. Like, anybody laughing at the Color Purple. But when it's happening to a man, it's just looked at a little bit different. But like I said, when you want to get into these statistics, man, and reporting and all that, like, it's a slippery slope, man. I'm gonna let him finish this point, and we might move on a little bit because he is wrapping it up. At least this one statistic point about the NIS.
Gather that data.
Yeah. So this would be the exact same thing, right? They're making a supposition based on an estimate. This would equally have to apply to men. But if the social stigma is there by your own admission that men are basically not reporting the instances of unwanted touching from women due to this social stigma, we don't actually know how bad that social stigma really is, do we?
No, and I mean, that's also what feminists, that's a great point, and I agree with you, because feminists, that is one of, it's also my 60 seconds, right?
Well, we're having a back and forth now, so.
Oh, okay. Well, can I have 60 seconds? Because I would just like to talk a little bit about, like, stigma.
We can't get into a back and forth and then like arbitrarily demand whole blocks.
Okay, well, I'm just going to give some statistics because I think we're on the same page here. I think we've actually found common ground. So the stigma around SA and abuse is what allows these numbers to be underreported. And so I think that because that's what feminists want, is we want men to be comfortable coming forward as well, because we want safety and equality for the sexes. That is what the definition of the term is the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes.
Well, let me refute these lies, because
well, I think that some people don't believe that.
all national campaigns that I've seen hyper focus on women and the abuse of women, already making the supposition that men are the monsters and the criminals who are doing the unwanted touching and the essaying. And because of that, because this is done at a national level, at a state level, at a local level, and the organizations and NGOs are all hyper focusing on women, this stigma towards men is never addressed, because women are only looking at it through the prism of women.
It's not just women who are working on these studies, right, and who are writing these articles.
It doesn't
it's also
matter.
men.
Don't you say men can be feminists?
Yeah.
Okay, so by your criteria, these men who have the same exact worldview as you, they're still hyper-focusing on feminism. And the idea always starts with the supposition that men are the more violent sex, that they are more often doing these types of SA, sexual assaults, things like this. And what do we end up with? We end up with very skewed numbers based on the criteria, right? Where within just a matter of minutes, we can determine that not only can most of this stuff be replicated, but we can also determine that just based on the viewed categorization of these things, they can't be true. These numbers can't be true.
Okay, now, so I don't understand where you're coming from with how it can't be true, how something can't be true, because again, if you're going off of something being underreported and the data not being there, you're saying, okay, well then this is true, which means this can't be true, which means this, and you're not even going from like actual data.
Do you want me to demonstrate it?
No, I'm okay. I'm talking for now, please.
Well, I'll demonstrate it real quick. So it would be like this.
No, I'm actually okay. I feel like you've dominated the conversation for the last few minutes, if that's okay, if I would like to.
Well, I thought you just wanted me to demonstrate for you something.
No, I'm actually okay on that. Thank you.
You don't want me to? You asked me a question, you don't want me to answer it?
No, I was actually in the middle of talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. No, like that was genuine. I wasn't trying to be.
I know, you're welcome.
Thanks.
The patriarchy is benevolent.
Yes. So I think that the 4 principles that is a common misconception, and if you want to refute these, like I would love that. Mm-hmm. But working to increase equality economically and politically for women, which again, not rooted in female supremacy, but some people think it is. Expanding human choice, meaning male, female, everyone. Eliminating gender stratification, which means, globally it's
Hang on, can we move back to 2?
Yes. Expanding human choice. And for everybody. And then 3, eliminating gender.
Or logic, by the way.
Okay, sure. Well, again, I agreed with you on quite a few things there, but I would also like to say that, like I said at the beginning in my opening statement, the home being the most dangerous place for women, like there are women who are in abusive marriages, and so they have to convince themselves that they are happy because their husband is beating them or like assaulting them or harming their children. And when you're in that sort of situation, it's very difficult to be able to walk away from it, and oftentimes because you're isolated. And so, yeah, because the home is the most dangerous place for women, and 6 women are killed every hour in the home around the world. Those are very difficult.
Around the world? Nigga, we're talking about America. Don't do that world shit. The world ain't got nothing to do with America. We talking about men in America. Men in America do not move like men in India. Men in America do not move like men in Muslims. Men in America do not move like them niggas in Iraq and nothing like that. Let's chill out on that one. Let's chill out on that one. I be seeing how them niggas be doing in China and all them weird pornos and shit they be having. Now, let's not do that. Let's not do that. The weird bush, like, touching women and shit. Like, no, I ain't seen them hoes. That shit not cool. Let's be real. So, she tried to throw that in there. But even then, bro, it's such bullshit, man. There's so many beautiful homes, dog. There's so many beautiful homes. And this type of seed of corruption that they try to spread to people. She probably is not even a woman that's ever been abused. She's probably a woman that came from a great father and a great man that had a great grandfather that raised a bunch of great kids. She probably got a bunch of people that is at the school she went to that had great examples of that. The couple of occurrences of super bad like situations. Like, I know situations, for example, I know 2 people that got locked up for having sexual abuse with their own kids that I went to high school with. Nigga, that's 2 people out of 3,000 kids I went to school with. Like, of course, it might have been another 100 or 200 kids that maybe had something going on or end up doing something future to their kids. I'm just saying. But out of that 3,000 kids, it was going to be a portion of them that's bad. And that's life. Like, bro, I just talked about that. When it comes to society, bro, there's never going to be everyone's a great apple, bro. There's a good 30% of people that are just 100% filth. Nothing good about them. There's probably another 10 to 15, 20% that's just shady people. Like, they not evil, but I don't really like them. Another what? What we at? I said, so we around like 50, that's around 45. We're around 40, 45. Another 15, I hang out with them. I like to work with them. Probably wouldn't hang out with them like full time. I go get a drink on them every once in a while, something like that. Then you got another 30, 40% good, godly leadership, mentors, like people that exemplify greatness throughout history and humanity will exist in that other 30, 40%. It's the yin and yang. There ain't gonna never be 100%. Everybody is following the rules. So when you talk about real life, just looking around, bro. Yeah, you seen bad apples. You seen niggas that ain't shit. You seen niggas that really is foul ass people. Don't take care of their kids. Or same with women, like doing crazy ass shit, calling the laws, breaking niggas' window, doing all like I seen all that type of shit from both sides. But it's not at the proportion of me to sit up here and say majority of people just abusive. Or like, nah, bro. It's just weird. See, like that means I would know at least 2 or 3 of my friends are abusive in their household. That's essentially what she's saying when she said 60% of men. You got me fucked up. That's weird, bro. That's weird. When you really try to get these points across, that's why we talk about these statistics, bro. When you really break this shit down, bro. So you talking about 6 out of 10 men are abusive? It's more likely 2 out of 10 men. And when you talk about there's a million or 300 million people, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people when you talk about 2 out of 10. If you extrapolate that number to 300 million. So of course you're gonna run across very bad people. But don't sit up here and act like it's 5 out of 10 people. Like, nah, that's weird. 6, 7, 10 out of people that's especially men gonna be abusive to you. No, No. There's a lot of abusive people, millions of abusive people out here. And if you're in a big city, it's likely you're going to probably run across a lot of them. Like, let's just be real. And that's the problem that people not understanding with this type of conversation.
This. That anecdotally is also just as true. But to even go on to the ignorance is bliss, I could say this and make this case about literally anything. I could say, well, I would love heroin, right? I've never taken it, but ignorance is bliss, right? Oh, I could say ignorance is bliss about literally anything, any drug,
well, that's not the only
hang on, any
though.
risky, I didn't cut you off, any risky behavior, any of this. I could say that about anything. What you're doing is saying, these women are happy. There must be some bad reason for that.
Oh no, some women are happy.
No, you're saying,
I agree.
These women are happy, and there must be a bad reason for that. And the bad because they're doing traditional. Because they're doing traditional gender roles. So that must be bad. So we can explain that away by saying if they had all these negative experiences, that those women who have those negative experiences actually report a higher unhappiness level, those women would actually be happier. That's absurd logic, by the way.
Okay, sure. Well, again.
Yeah, there's a big assumption because essentially what she had said was that there's a lot of women that don't report being abused because they're in a household that they're got kids there or financial situations, and they're pretty much R. Kelly'd in a sense. And reality is just women that are most likely in a good relationship. It may not be perfect, but to try to act like they're in some type of bondage or some type of captive thing, and you need to add that to some statistic is insane. Or even try to make that a point is insane when these women ain't came out and said shit.
I agreed with you on quite a few things there, but I would also like to say that, like I said at the beginning in my opening statement, the home being the most dangerous place for women, like there are women who are in abusive marriages, and so they have to convince themselves that they are happy because their husband is beating them or like assaulting them or harming their children. And when you're in that sort of situation, it's very difficult to be able to walk.
And that affects a slippery slope into mental abuse and financial abuse and all these other abuses that they start to throw in there that I've heard on the Joe Budden podcast and many other podcasts that women throw out there. When they say they got their Fresh and Fit, bro, women been doing this shit way longer than Fresh and Fit on their shows and shit like this. So there's many examples of these different types of abuse that these women will bring up after they get out of a relationship or when the relationship is not going to the greatest and they don't want to be accountable, so they come up with these narratives of why they leaving or why they may have cheated and all these different things. And like I said, get y'all shit off, but let's be real. Don't try to put that on everybody. Keep that between you and your man and the personal situations that you had.
Walk away from it, and oftentimes because you're isolated. And so, yeah, because the home is the most dangerous place for women, and 6 women are killed every hour in the home around the world. Those are very difficult realities that a lot of people don't want to grasp. And I'm not saying that every woman doesn't, isn't happy in the home. I think there are plenty of happy moms. I mean, my mom has worked and raised our children, her children, and my sisters and I, and like helped my dad out with like work. But yeah, for the most part, was a stay-at-home mom, and I think she really enjoyed it. But for me, at this point in my life, that's not something that I would like. And it's not to say that it's a bad thing, but I think that some people are convincing themselves that they're happy when in reality it's a very difficult situation.
I'm gonna have to go back to the.
That's a real twisted psychology, and that's why I talk about be careful with the shit that you let in, because a lot of women get other women like this around them, and these type of people are very miserable. Especially when it comes to dynamics of relationship with men and women. Like they will do everything to try to nitpick and pull down what your man is doing and how he should be doing this better. Oh, he's probably doing this. That girl, you really put up with that. Oh, you like everything to say and ain't got no nigga. Ain't got nobody want to be around her because she crazy as hell. So let's be real. Like a lot of even just her personal dynamics with him don't seem like she might be the greatest to put up with. I'm reaching maybe. I will say that. But I'm just saying, because obviously she don't like him and his politics and the way she thinks. So possibly if she dated someone that she does think the same, it might be a little different. But imagine when they don't agree. Like to bring up your dad, my dad would never do this. Like that's some shit that's like, man, you trying to tear my masculinity like that. Like that's some deep cutting shit that she's at least attempting to try to do. So Yeah, that's something I would, that I've noticed. But outside of that, let's move on.
NIS, where I point out to you that, as you keep saying, that the most dangerous situation for women is in the home.
Well, that's according to the UN around the world, though, not just here.
Okay, but inside of the United States, at least, and inside of the Western nations, this is a commonality that they all share. It's not usually from the husband. It's usually from boyfriends of single women or single moms. Or, as far as, for instance, cohabitation leads to some of the worst outcomes for women when they're not married, and men. It leads to terrible outcomes for both. This idea that you have that's...
And I understand. The reason I think so with that is because a lot of people would be not as committed in how that could lead to both sides being very upset with each other when they do certain things wrong, and how that they could live in a toxic cycle in a sense. And we all know that and seen that. So, at least with friends or that story with a coworker or something like that. So now that conversation is very huge when you talk about it. When you talk about outside of the marriage, those are the statistics of when a girl may be in a whole phase and dating around or some situation like that where she's coming to encounter with these guys are not that great of guys versus a guy that got married with you, seen and introduced to your family, like he know your grandma, like all these different things where it's just very unlikely for this abusive type of things to happen that these women try to paint it at the statistical rate that they're trying to paint it at. It's just, that's where it starts to become weird. And then when honestly, it's a good counter by saying it's not that situation. It's when the women are outside of marriages when these domestic things happen. And it makes sense. You're dealing with more random guys. They're not being vetted. They don't know you. They don't know your people. They ain't go to school with you 9 times out of 10, so there's no real backing of knowing that person, either history too. So a lot of those type of situations could go any type of way. So a lot of understanding dating is a relatively new thing. A lot of people don't understand the dangers of dating, just like how they talk about the dangers of the male workplace, or co-ed schools, and how women wanted to fight for equality, but not necessarily realizing some of the dangers of these things because it was such a new idea. And it's no different with dating. Just think about it. When you date somebody that's in your circle, like work circle, something's less likely to happen because y'all there's ties to where you know people, or somebody can hold this person accountable, or somebody that's close to that person where they just they don't want it. They just know that it's something that could happen versus a person that's a one night stand, or a person that you don't really know their parents. You don't that person from Canada or that person from out of town or some shit and he all the different random circumstances that could possibly happen when you don't. That person, you didn't meet that person in a circle, or say, like I said, y'all went to school together. Nigga, y'all know everybody that knows each other, type shit. So, or that person's been vetted through your family, and that person actually met your family. Y'all actually went through a vetting process. That would be less likely for a lot of things to happen, like domestic violence and things like that. So it makes total sense when you talk about the dating era and a lot of the things that happen in the dating game and the random occurrences and random people that you're meeting on drunk nights or the club nights and all these different things where people drug people and all these different things where you're vulnerable. It makes sense why it's not happening with the men that you would think is happening when you look at these statistics. It's not happening with men that actually care about you. It's happening with random men, honestly. And when you look at that statistic, it's hard to just shit on that conversation that she said most women are in danger in a household. It's a crazy take.
When you say this, it's very loaded. It gives the impression that husbands are at home abusing their wives, and the opposite is actually true. The truth is that when women get divorced and they end up in these occupied relationships, that's when they end up with the most amount of abuse, not from their husbands.
Well, I think it's you know how.
This is another one. A lot of women speaking up. I just wanted to see if I could get that one woman point. I couldn't find it.
Coming in. However, reasoning, even when we're dealing with data sets, especially.
I didn't say we don't. I agree.
So those are unchanging, unconfounding variables, logic and reason. So if we're using those two things, we can easily point to this and say, we know for sure that it's going to be underreported in cohabitation and possibly reported at least better from the marriage standpoint. That's probably true. I don't think anybody would really dispute that.
Yeah, actually, I found a study to your point. Researchers have consistently found higher rates of violence in cohabitating compared to marital relationships, but in those cases, still it is 95% of perpetrators are male. So what do you have to say in terms of that?
Yeah, okay, so here's what happens. What feminism has done, especially with the destruction of the marriage, is it has put women in the most vulnerable position, where now they leave their home with their husband, where the abuse rates are not nearly so high as pretentious feminists pretend they are, so that they can cohabitate with men, with other men who are strangers to them, strangers to their children. It puts their children at risk, and it puts them at actually higher risk than if they had stayed with their husbands in most cases.
Oh, okay. That makes sense as an explanation, but I think that, again, that's an anecdote that's probably not true for everybody, and the cases are pretty clearly in place, like the evidence has shown.
I don't know if you had anything to say about it. We could just say men being in charge of general systems, head of the household, head of the family, things like this. My view is that patriarchy is always going to end up being the default, especially the more feminism there is. You'll push more people into the patriarchy role, and here's why. Because of force doctrine. Force doctrine is a doctrine which I came up with, which tries to describe a phenomenon which you yourself are going to have to concede is true. That half of the world right now, if men decide to, they can basically exterminate every single woman inside of their nations, and there's not a damn thing women can do about it. We can find this in most of the Middle Eastern nations. We can find this basically anywhere that we look, right? They can't actually do anything about it. Also, when it comes to rights, rights are a social construction, product of the mind. Because of that, they are not inherent. And since this is the case, force is what is the practical applicator. And if men decided to, by force, take away women's rights, women cannot do anything about it. The opposite is not true. If women wanted to take away men's rights, and men didn't want to let them, they could not. And because of this force doctrine application, women's rights all come from men, not inherently from themselves. Therefore, feminism is a lie, complete lie. That's force doctrine. I don't know if you.
Well, I don't know where you. I thought he was going somewhere else with that. Just be off the strength of. Well, I thought he was going to say, if men really hated women, there would be some type of genocide going on. Essentially, there would be some type of crazy evolution or revolution against women, and it's not. Like, men clearly could overpower women any given time that we wanted to. If there was this mass majority of women that had this outlook on women should be subdued and our footstool and all this other good stuff that they think we think, why wouldn't we have just done that already? That's where I thought he was going. And essentially where he kind of was going was men have not done that and essentially put women in a place of power in many different occurrences throughout history. From Rome through many different occurrences, there's been queens and all this other different stuff that had power and all this other stuff. And even past queens, there's always been women of power. And it's priests, nuns, nuns and all these other different things like that. They always had power, all these different things. So power usually came through class, not necessarily through sex, because women was looked at as a form of value and could literally save a family, essentially. Like a woman, when she got married, could give their household fortune because that family exchange for that marriage would also give them 3, 4, 5 cows, land, or some shit like that. So women was always at a place of value and power when you look throughout history. Now, you could look at it as being a trade or whatnot, but the term, when you really look at the root of it, is really just value. Women has always been looked at as value, especially when you look at whatever class they're pertaining to. The higher up in class you got, the more women were valued. Just 100%. Like, men used to go to war for women and still do. The value has always been high. So when you talk about what he's kind of getting that forced doctrine with the women being in a place of power, the women being able to be leaders, be nurturers, and all these different things, is because men felt comfortable allowing women to do that throughout history. And if we didn't like y'all to do it, y'all wouldn't be, essentially. And that's clearly not the case. Men clearly don't feel this way when you look at throughout history. It's just not. It's just not. Even today. As much women got power, as much women going to school, like if men just hated women, none of that would exist. Like, no, you can't go to school. No, you can't go get a job. No, like that would exist. But you couldn't do that. You'll get killed in courts. That don't happen. And it be men ruling in the court cases. Like, so that's kind of, I guess, his overall point. I just wish he would have kind of summed it up a little bit better. Because he was like, if men would have want to kill all women, it's just a little aggressive to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, you got a little uneasy for me right there.
Anything to say about it?
Well, aside from the fact that that is genuinely a terrifying idea, I think that the idea that men could just take away our rights and wipe us away is why feminism is necessary, is because we are trying to get enough men, I suppose, on our side, if you think about it in terms of like a military occupation, so that that wouldn't happen. Because I think that it is possible for men to take away our rights at a blanket pace. But I don't agree with your conclusion based off that premise, though. I don't believe that women inherently don't have rights that is given to us by men. And the reason why is because I believe that all human beings inherently should have equality and human dignity, which is
should have. At the root of all this shit, if the lights cut off, all that should have shit don't matter. I'm sorry. Like, when it comes to the root of all this shit is agreed upon shit that we all agree to do. Pay bills, not steal out the grocery stores. The mass majority of humans have agreed to say, nah, we not gonna do this. We're gonna live a certain way. A couple people say, you know what, fuck it, we doing it our way, as far as the illegal, like super corrupt shit. But for the most part, everybody has agreed to a certain way of life. And we all agreeing to that. So let's just be real as far as men in general. Because at the end of the day, people of power could, if they really wanted to wipe us out with their military, they could. If we wanted to go raid the U.S. Capitol right now, we could. As far as if the people of the millions of 300 million of people is like, you know what, fuck this government, we could. Any given moment, any one of us could press the button. We just be chilling. We like, you know what, we know they corrupt, and as much as they hate it, we know we can't control these niggas, even though we want to control these niggas 100% as far as the elites and how they think about us. We stay in our ecosystem of how shit is. It's agreed upon thing. Let's just be real. So when it comes to the individual things of the sub-genres of humanity and the agreed upon thing on how we live in a society, yes, bro. Like, from women to men to kids to everybody, it's become an agreed upon thing on how we gonna treat each other. That's just real. And we allow each other to have these rights because at any given moment, if I say fuck it, I can infringe on everybody inalienable rights. And everybody fucked over. If I just wanted to go press a button, essentially. But we don't do that. Because I have to agree, for me to have inalienable rights, I gotta let you have them hoes too. That's the beauty inside of those. I forget the three fucking laws that we agreed upon essentially for this society that we agree or stay in right now. I forget what the shit's called. 3 something. But yeah. So yeah, when you look at that, it sounds crazy when you be like, men give women the freedom to have this equality. It's reality. It's reality. It's an agreed upon thing in society. And men being the dominant force, it's a reality. And it's no different with kids. Kids used to have to get in them fields. Kids used to have to be in machinery until it got to a point where society said, no, kids need to have rights. Kids would have been fucked if the adults was just like, you know what, fuck them kids. Go get my remote, little nigga. Go warm up my pizza pocket, nigga. I'll feed you later, nigga. I ain't paying you for shit. Go cut that damn grass, nigga. Matter of fact, I ain't going on my shift today. Go pick up my shift at work today, nigga. Go wash them dishes, nigga. I know you're 6. I don't give a fuck. Take your ass to work. The family need it. We could have just been on that type of timing, but kids, what could kids do? That's essentially what we're saying. If it came to the power dynamics that be, and we look at how everything's going now, it's clearly not as bad as people trying to make it seem when it comes to the majority.
Although I'm not Catholic, it's a term that was very much focused on in my Catholic high school. I went to public school and then Catholic high school.
But it's an axiom?
About human dignity.
It's just axiomatic.
Yeah, I mean, it's still like important though to me because I think that because the societies that we have created have necessitated the need or have created the need for laws and for structure in government. And so there are many philosophers that have talked about how important it is to have government, right? But because of the fact that men can take it away does not mean that men thus give to us, right? Like men are not gods. It is something that is.
That's not what he was necessarily trying to say. He was more trying to say, like I said earlier, if men just so happen to hate women, why would you be having rights? Why would you be having all this equality? And I guess her argument would be feminism, but let's just be real. Feminism ain't gonna stop a nigga that just feel a certain type of way about some shit. Let's just be real. Like, feminism is an idea that came across after shit was already organized for the most part, as far as men and women dynamics.
It's inherent to each of us that we should have the ability to live and self-govern, have autonomy. And I think the fact that men could take it away actually goes to my point about how a lot of them do. And a lot of them try to take our autonomy and make us feel unsafe and harm us, which you were previously.
A lot of them do based on the statistic of every 2 out of 10 men are bad. And if you extrapolate that number to 300 million, of course it is a lot, but it is not the majority. So you have to be slick. You got to be careful with how people use words and how they phrase their points, because she is right. A lot of men do commit a lot of crimes, but in the totality of it, it's nowhere near the amount of men that would stand up for you and fight for you and do so many outstanding things for you if given the opportunity, or still do. As far as the men that put shit in the grocery stores, the men that go in these oil rigs and keep our gas shit going, the people that be going up high in these damn electrical things to make sure that we got signal for our phones and Wi-Fi. Like, a lot of men sacrifice for us all the time. If you want to talk about wars, I'm not really a big guy on that because I think a lot of that shit is done for self-righteous reasons as far as governments. But if you want to talk about how certain especially back in the day, not so much nowadays, when shit was more tribal and territorial, how men used to fight for their village and shit and go out and sacrifice. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Like, and reality of it is, men been standing up for women for a long time, bro. And the majority of men, like I said, 8 out of 10 men are good, outstanding men. And when you extrapolate that number to 300,000, it kills. It can't kill it, but it overwhelms the amount of bad men out there. Let's just be real. Just good citizen men. So yeah, she's right. There is a lot of men that ain't shit. But at the same time, she's also shady as fuck.
Obviously refuting, but actually seems like you agree with me on that it's a possibility for men to do that.
No, it's descriptively true. I'm not giving an ought, I'm giving a descriptive reality.
But because it's a descriptive reality,
the truth is that you appealed to patriarchy.
I have no idea what, I have not said appeal to patriarchy. What are you talking about?
When you said the whole goal is to get more men on our side, you're appealing to a patriarchy.
Well, it's not the whole goal, but is a goal. Yes, I should correct myself.
And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to appeal to the very demographic which can take away your rights at any time, conceding that if you do not have them on your side, you cannot maintain your rights. That is not ever true of men, which is why you'll always end up with a default patriarchy, especially the more feminist push. I don't know if you're looking at the modern world
it's not
now.
It's the modern world, because it's not necessarily a default.
It's always going to be a default.
But in a lot of tribes, they were very matriarchal, and like women were at the head of the family.
There's never been a matriarch in the world.
That is not true at all.
You give me one.
Okay, I will look it up for you.
It's going to be an Indian tribe, and I'll refute it. Watch.
Well, indigenous people largely have.
It's going to be an Indian tribe, and I'm going to refute it.
I think you should just use the term.
I think you should just use the term Indian.
Because even if you describe it as a matriarchy, the men still put her in the place of being a leader. Let's just be real. Because they have to protect the boundaries. There's the men that's still gonna go out and hunt. Like unless you're trying to say all women societies, it might have been a couple all women societies, but how long would they last without men? And as far as like repopulating, so let's just be real. You always going to need men as far as creating a society, as far as the repopulation, obviously. So you can't have an all matriarchal society. And then if it is a matriarchal society, the men still gonna go fight the wars for the women. The women could run shit, but at the same time, it's still in a form of submission or a form of voting that this woman should be the leader. That's fine. It's no different than kind of like the UK. Like the queen technically has power, but at the same time, all the men that helped run the UK, she couldn't have power without them. She just couldn't. So at the end of the day, it's reversed back to patriarchy, because if it was the lifeline if you was on the lifeline, the queen is going to go to men to help solve her problems. Whether it's a war, whether it's a oil spill, like whatever the fuck it is, like whatever it is. So even when there's a matriarchal person, when he says revert back to it's going to revert back to patriarchy, I get what he's saying, because at the end of it all, if we gave the women the world right now, how everything's running, soon as a bridge collapse, you're going to want men around. Soon as a hurricane come and you need disaster relief, you're going to want men around. So it's going to always revert back to needing men in a place of where you're the most vulnerable, your survival. That's what we all want the most. So if a man can help protect your survival, can help guarantee your abundance, like who really has the most power? And that's exactly what he's getting at.
I don't see any problem with it at all.
Oh, I think they do.
I don't think so. Indians themselves call themselves Indians often.
Indigenous people in the United States do not call themselves Indians.
Yes, they do. Just like black people call themselves black people, not African American. What are you talking about?
Is your child struggling with a gaming addiction? Major companies behind...
Well, I want to let them get through this dominant point, because that was a very interesting start that he took, and then I'm gonna actually go to another debate for a little bit.
African American?
This is a moot point, so I'm not going to even go into this with you.
Well, you're the one who wanted to tell police to say that I had to say Native American instead of Indian.
So basically, I'm pulling up the matriarchs for you. And there are obviously a number of societies that have thrived, and there's a whole document, but in China, in Costa Rica, the Bribri people.
Yeah, name one. Any of them that you think is a matriarchy.
Okay.
A matriarchal society.
They have a society with an estimated 12,000 to 35,000 members. That is a matriarchy. And that is Bribri in Costa Rica. Or you could look at there's a Kenyan tribe that's you.
Like I said, if you have any men in that society, the men are going to be doing the foundational work of that society. And if the men are the foundation of the society, that's the patriarchy. Now, you could describe the patriarchy as this negative thing and all this different stuff, but it really just means who's the more dominant, who's the real leader. The leaders of the foundation. So, yes, the woman can be a part of running things and the focal front of it, but at the end of the day, like I said, when she get down to the nitty gritty, she gonna ask for men to step up on the front lines, not women.
UMOJA, that are all matriarchies. They have women at the helm that are leading their...
Why the Bribri tribe society is often described as matrilineal. It's not actually a matriarchy. Women are the heads of households responsible for passing down culture and land, but the men have the most important role as the authority officers of the tribe. They are the ones who defend, and they have chiefs too, male chief. That's not a matriarchy.
Well, I found a different article. We could just go back and forth all day.
Yeah, let's look at it.
But even if you go back and forth all day, you only have like 5 or 6 examples, and even those examples are going to be hard to really get your point across, if we're being honest.
So the Bribri, so this is the intercontinental cry. Bribri, I don't know if you speak Spanish, but Bribri un matriarcado moderno. So I speak a little bit, I'm not like fully fluent. But anyways, and they're talking about how the clan structure means that tribal lineage is passed down through the mother.
Yeah,
and
matrilineally.
Yes, and also in the home, I know the difference.
But if something is matrilineal, doesn't make it a matriarchy.
I know, but they're saying that women in this article play a primary role in government as well. And
yeah,
people.
but not. But see what you did there? You did a smuggle. They play a primary role in government. That doesn't make it a matriarchy.
But it's a system. Do you know what a matriarchy is, though?
Yeah, it would be women broadly in charge of all of the systems.
It's a system of social structure where they hold a lot of power.
They hold the majority power.
And that's what
and the decisions of the men are at their behest in any.
But that's what the article just said of the Bribri tribe.
No,
I don't know. Again, I just found a different article.
Any
so
matriarchy,
I don't know if I should speak to what's going on.
Any matriarchy that I've ever investigated, which is supposedly a matriarchy, we find very quickly that men are in the prominent positions of authority on force, which means that any matriarchy is living at the behest of the men. That's it.
So is your point that men are better then because they have brute force? Or what's your point that men should be in charge governmentally?
No, my point is I'm not.
With great power comes great responsibility, and we're fortunate to be the dominant. We're fortunate to be the more dominant of the sex, but at the same time, we also have to sacrifice a lot for being the more dominant sex. So it's a gift and a curse. Just like with women, it's a gift and a curse being the lesser, as far as not lesser, but less dominant as far as the sexes. And the gift is when stuff comes to the nitty gritty, you could go to a man and rely on men to come get the lights cut on or come fix the drainage or whatever the hell. Call the police or a firefighter, whatever it is. Have a man come move your furniture, whatever it is. You also are fortunate to not have to, or you also fortunate in having been able to give life as far as birthing, being the nurturer. Like that's a beautiful thing that a man can experience. So it's a gift and a curse, and obviously the curse, a part of it would be you having to deal with things that you may not feel like you have control over all the time, and that may suck. But even then, when you look at the average man, that's the same as well. It ain't like the average man having the most power. Like a lot of time, we subjugated to have to deal with people that's more powerful than us too. So that's just how life goes when you're not the most dominant person. So that's just in general. You'll never be the most dominant, especially as an average person. So even with that, it's a fantasy to even want to be I want to be like a man. Then you be like a man. It's like, well, shit, nigga, you still got people that you gotta listen to. It ain't like we just run shit just because you're a man. You can just go through life without having no consequences. That ain't how shit work. There's other men you still have to answer to. So with all that being said, yeah, it's a tough point that she's trying to make. And it's really nothing there. And that's the biggest thing with feminism these days is like you're trying to paint these broad pictures of how societies run and how bad things are, but when you really get to it all, like it's just nature, bro. It's just nature. Like men being the more dominant thing, like it's not something that we do out of necessity or because we came up with a plan behind closed doors. It's because that's what God created. He created us to be the more dominant force. He put us to be first. That's what he put Adam here. Do a lot of the foundational work, then Eve came and helped. That's cool. You ain't have to do a lot of the crazy work. Just being funny, but at the same time, it just is what it is and how the decks play out. But at the same time, bro, you don't want to get drafted, bro. Like, you don't want to have to be front lines in no war. You don't, like, I'm telling you, being a man ain't that fun. And being able to, you don't want to have to pay for every day. I'm just saying, like, you don't want to have to deal with a rejection of a woman every goddamn time you try to go talk to somebody. I'm just saying, like, it's a lot of shit about being a man that ain't all cookie cutter. I know a lot of shit suck about being a woman, but trying to pin it on the opposite sex is just weird, man. It's just weird.
not giving an ought. We have to agree first to a descriptor. The descriptive truth is that it is, in fact, the case that women have to appeal to men for all of their rights, period, by your own admission. That's why you're trying to get them on your side. Because if you don't have them, they can basically cage women up if they wanted to, and there's nothing women could do about it.
Right, but that doesn't mean that men are therefore better or should be in charge. Like, I'm confused. Like, what's the actual point, like the conclusion that you're making here?
The point here is that men being in charge is obviously and clearly they're very benevolent, because at any time they so choose, they can lock all women up. There's nothing they can do about it. And the reverse is not true.
We feel like we're building a real social movement.
I really do think that's a good point. If we were really geared towards being evil as men, like, what are we talking about, bro? Society would not look how it is today.
Mercy globally and always have.
I'll tell you that much.
And yet, we're monsterized and demonized by feminists. That's what we're literally considered demons by feminists. You did it by your own admission today with your own stats, trying to make us out to be sexually assaulting monsters. Didn't even know the counter stats.
Didn't say that. Never
said
that.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be, though, from the onlooker's perspective.
I feel like you have these generic like talking points that you try to apply to feminists, but I haven't like really been very reactive or calling you names. I'm trying not to. I have, but
you have acted exactly like a feminist today, madame.
Okay, but I feel like
nobody's going to be confused about that at all.
All right.
The whole snobbery.
I'm not insulted by that.
The whole snobbery towards authority. You're going to do what I want. The finger clap thing. You did the whole feminist trope, the entire thing.
Okay.
But what I would like is a refutation here.
Can I speak now?
Can you agree?
I feel like it's my time.
Can
a
you
little
agree
bit.
that it is the case that women have to appeal to men for their rights and not the other way around?
I will not ever agree to the fact that we should appeal to men for our rights. I think that is an inherently misogynistic question. Have to?
Have to.
No.
Okay, well then where do rights come from?
They should be inherent to every person, but again, I think I should be able to
Rights come from the people. If you want to answer, that's where the rights come from. With the Declaration, I think it's the beginning line, to the people or some shit like that. I forget what it's called. But when you look at any like declaration, I think it's always to the people. You can't have a declaration without being for the people. So with that being said, rights come from people. Rights come from man. Like in general, woman and man, when you say it comes from man. But at the same time, you have to understand, like, it's just the reality of it is, it's a trickle down effect. The overall people, if we just wanted to get this shit popping and go crazy, we could. Shit could just be crazy, like I said. But we choose to agree on a series of events and work together, right? Then you go to the next level of it. People, then I say men. Men agree, come to a conclusion like, hey bro, let's not go to war with each other. Let's not fight as much as let's be civil. Let's bond, let's create together. Let's try to work together. That has to work. Then you take it to the next level. I think it's men and women type shit. But like I just think it's levels of like society on who creates these structures and how these things have been built and who enforces these things. Because I feel like when I say the people, if women wanted to just go out and act crazy and say we never gonna do shit, we never fuck with men again, we're going to war with men, society would be crazy. Let's just be real. So I agree like with the people thing, and then I'm trying to come to a conclusion with the second level, because if men really wanted to just pop this shit off, whether everyone agreed or not, it's over with. Like if men say fuck this shit, we not paying bills, we going to war, it's over with. Women could want to still keep all this society and shit going, but it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Vice versa, if women wanted to say fuck all this shit, men could subjugate a lot of that force and a lot of that propaganda and a lot of that war that they might want to have towards us, to where they would have to submit again, as far as like going back to the normal reality and not having this war. Vice versa, if men was like fuck this shit and women wanted to keep the society going, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't fucking matter. So that's why I'm trying to break down the levels. And if you can't understand that, it's just you lost in the sauce, honestly, because that's just reality. That's just reality.
lead this. So give me a second, because again, like, you've just been a little bit insulting the last few minutes. So I feel like when that happens, it's just like a good change of pace is important. But
I do need to keep it on the topic at hand. But
which again, where were we? Can you repeat the question?
Right. So I asked you where rights come from.
Where rights come from, if you can address that.
Okay, but then I get to speak.
Respond.
More.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but it's on forced doctrine and rights.
Respond. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think the fact that we're debating a topic that you came up with is a little bit strange, personally. But I was going to say that I think that rights are inherent. I think that they should be related to all people, just like the fact that we are human beings. We shouldn't have to appeal to any person for authority. And again, the fact that men are stronger, bigger, more powerful doesn't mean that they give or take away people's rights. I'm not.
Yeah, that's the thing about this, and I'll wrap it up here. I'll let her finish her point, and then I'll wrap it up for sure. But it's fantasy. You shouldn't have to appeal to any authority. Like, whether they earned the authority or took the authority, that's going to be life, bro. Like, there's always going to be someone here before you, and you got to come up under the realms and rankings that they created until you can create your own realm. That's life, bro. That is life. You niggas was born here before you. I'm sorry. Like, you can't do nothing about that, bro. Like, you will always have to acquiesce to the things that came before you. That's just life. So she's saying she don't want to acquiesce to any power. Nigga, that's culture, bro. Like, culture makes us have to be bound to certain things. Religion makes us have to be bound to certain things. So what she's saying is she don't want to be bound to none of that. She's just going to assume all that to be patriarchy, essentially. When you really break down, I don't think we should have to appeal to our rights to anybody. Well, certain rights that a religious person have, they don't. Well, a certain person a person that don't believe in religions have way more rights than a person that believe in a religion, and would be looked down upon based on if they start doing things based on that religion. So when you talk about that point that she made, it's very, very shady, bro, because it's not based on reality. Like, it's fantasy thinking. Don't want to acquiesce to like, bro, your parents. Like, bro, you gotta acquiesce to somebody before you, bro. Like, or life gonna humble you. Shit, life is the motherfucker ultimate lesson. And if you don't, that's the reality, bro. That's the reality. Life have created and put everything in place that it's supposed to be and how it is. I'm sorry. That's how this universe is, and that's how everything has been running. It's just like a clock. You can come in this bitch thinking you gonna do it how you want to do it, and life will humble you. You can think you don't gotta acquiesce and talk to nobody or have to pay attention to nobody rules, and life will humble you. I promise you. It ain't even gotta be a person. It ain't gotta be no patriarchy. So when you talk about that statement she made, that's why it really hit home, bro. Because it's not that I don't think that way, because I've always believed in God and I always understood, like, bro, you're bound to certain, like, ways of being. Like, you just can't do anything. Like, you gotta have some type of morals. But that training of thought is very immoral, in a sense. And a lot of people don't understand what they're really spewing. I just so happen to deal with a lot of spiritual shit, so I understand these things on another level. So when she says these things, I'm like, well, what about God? What about, because God put men in this place. God put all this shit into creation. So what you're really questioning when you question the patriarchy, you're really questioning God. Honestly, you're really questioning the universe and why this universe is this way. You can hate it all you want, but the universe put us in this way. The universe made men dominant. The universe made men have power to create and be abundant. The universe gave us, men and women, that power to degrees to create. Now, we can't have babies and shit, but we all can create and do all type of shit. So we both can create, but the universe put us in that way. So when you question the patriarchy, you're really questioning the universe and how the way of life has been going. And you can fight that if you want. Just telling you, it's a very powerful force. And I'm just saying some of the principles I learned is easier to swim with the river than to swim against it. That's all I'm gonna say. And that don't mean just follow the rat race or anything like that, but it's only so much going against the grain you're gonna do. You gotta learn how to surf, motherfucker. and because That's all I'm gonna say. You can surf with the wave and do what you want to do and customize it, but you better go with the direction of the trend. That's all I'm gonna say. Because you go against the trend, it's gonna weed you out. That's all I'm saying. That's the universe, not necessarily some society or some person that's evil, the Wizard of Oz or some shit like that. Whatever you want to get into. That's just how the universe is cut.
Religious necessarily, but I think if I was, I would probably tell you that I think God.
And then she even said, hold on, she even said she's not religious. Let's see what she say. I'm glad I ain't cut her off.
I will not ever.
I literally caught that shit out. I heard her say she shouldn't have to acquiesce to any authority, and she instantly brought up God. I'm not crazy, bro.
Agree to the fact that we should appeal to men for our rights. I think that's an inherently misogynistic question. Have to? No.
Okay, well then where do rights come from?
They should be inherent to every person, but again, I think I should be able to
inherent. So if that's the case,
Corona sunbreak.
I'm gonna find that. Hold on, well, we're gonna wrap it up there. I need to eat something. I'm hungry as hell. But we ain't gonna wrap it up there. We're gonna get to the next little segment, then we're gonna get to wrapping it up. But we definitely gotta move on.
Governments of the world are patriarchal, then you have to concede that the patriarchy is giving you your rights right now.
Attacks on bodily autonomy and the overturning.
Doesn't tell us.
But anything. I don't hate men, so that's not a very good.
I don't hate women.
It should be that way. It shouldn't. Parents. I think that they should be related to all people, just like the fact that we are human beings. We shouldn't have to appeal to any person for authority. And again, the fact that men are stronger, bigger, more powerful doesn't mean that they give or take away people's rights. I'm not religious necessarily, but I think if I was.
So she said she shouldn't appeal to no authority, and then instantly went to religion. These people be demons. I know how to. I'm just telling y'all. I have watched They Live. I got the glasses on. I be seeing this shit from a mile away. I be trying to give other people the glasses to see this shit. I promise. That's all I'm here for. I'm just trying to give y'all the game that I can see. Because, brother, I see the pick and roll coming from a mile away. I see the oop-de-loop come. I see, I promise you, I knew exactly what train of thought that comes from. When she says you shouldn't have to acquiesce to any authority, bro, that means something very grand, and I can hear it, bro.
I would probably tell you that I think God is the person that, relates and who gives people their human dignity and rights, but I think it's inherent. I think that we should all have the right to live and be free of violence, and I think that those who offend and try to put people in cages, those are the people that should be jailed. I don't think that that's a blanket statement.
Yeah, so I would just... Okay, you keep on saying rights should be inherent. That doesn't tell me anything about where rights come from. Where do rights come from? Where do we ascribe rights?
Well, I think that
ourselves?
You're thinking very United States government centric.
Anywhere. You can pick anywhere on planet. I don't care where you pick.
Okay.
Where are rights coming from?
They are coming from the set of people that are in charge, the government. And to your point,
she was right until she said the government. The government isn't in charge. The people is in charge. No matter how much the government want to fool you. That's why it's always to the people. Ain't no declaration made to the government. Ain't no declaration made to the corporation. It's made to the people. The people have the power. We always had the power. I wish you niggas would wake the fuck up. We might not have to pay so many taxes.
That's the patriarchy. However, I agree. Okay. So I concede to that point. However, I'm saying that does not mean that men, since they create the ability to give people rights and take it away, that doesn't mean that men it should be that way. It shouldn't. I don't know if that makes sense.
So men have been guaranteeing your rights the entire time you've been alive?
No, that's definitely not true.
Well, I don't understand. I thought that you just said rights come from the government. The government is the patriarchy. The patriarchy then is giving you rights, right?
Right, but the government isn't inherently the government is influenced by patriarchy, but it's not all men making decisions in the past it was.
Would you say it's mostly in charge by men?
Yeah, but again, I think that your points that you're making are very misogynistic. I think the point of what you're saying
listen,
is we should be grateful to.
I think the points you're making are very misandrist. I mean, that doesn't tell us
But
anything.
I don't hate men, so that's not a very good insult.
I don't hate women.
Okay, but your question inherently is rooted in the fact that you think that there is male superiority and that men are in charge.
Descriptively, men are stronger than women, yeah? Descriptively.
Yes.
You're not going to argue that point, right?
On average, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, on average. Well, I mean, it's a strong average, though.
Sure.
Yeah, like, I mean, teenage soccer teams are beating, female pro player teams, right?
Sure.
You agree that that's the case? Okay, great. So if that's the case, and we can agree, and you agree that the governments of the world are patriarchal, then you have to concede that the patriarchy is giving you your rights right now.
He definitely just cooked her. Because even with her point in saying the government is who gives us power, he wrapped that up in a bow.
I will never concede that. And the reason why is because I think that is rooted in the idea that women should be grateful. Like, you're telling me that I should essentially be grateful to you for the fact that I'm not in a cage right now and that someone's not
That's not what no one said.
Assaulting me as we speak. Like, that does not mean that I should be grateful to you.
How about just your right to free speech and the fact that it's enforced by men? The patriarchy is the ones giving you that by your own admission.
Listen, so my theory is the way it should be. This is what I think. This is the way that it was before we had colonization and all the imperialism and stuff. There's a blank.
We're gonna move on from her. She's definitely in a fantasy world about how things should be, and he was trying to get to how are things right now. And please tell me and point to why shit ain't just so corrupt like you saying it is.
And like this on the...
All right, let's see if we can find this one. He said he had this one in the... Oh, no, hold on. This is another red pill debate. But this one's with a man. But I feel like reacting to a female feminist first, then going to the man is appropriate just because it just shows the same type of energy. And we don't have to stay here too long. Original video. Cool, 5 hours. Lord. You get to opening statements.
About men and dating, and here's my opening statement. I'm not here to fight men. I'm here to fight for them, because the red pill is presented as medicine, but it's actually a poison, and peer-reviewed research proves it. Red pill and manosphere content preys on angry, rejected men and turns their pain into blame. It tells them women are the enemy, that dating is a war and they're losing, that feminism ruined everything. The very people they want to date become their adversaries, and it's easier to buy into that story than to look inward. But the science is clear.
That contradicted itself in itself. A lot of red people do tell people to look inward. And he tell you the reason. A lot of red pill people tell you the reason you getting bad options and bad results is based on yourself and you doing better. And they'll show you, like, hey, these are certain people that you may come across, like, and this is why you got to be careful. Like, yeah, they'll get into describing women and talking about women, and while if you're not on your P's and Q's, you can end up in a bad situation. But most definitely and organically, when you looked at like the old Patrice O'Neal, when guys used to call in and tell their horror stories about the kids getting taken or the house getting taken, it was multiple guys on 3-hour, 4-hour segments that used to go on with Patrice O'Neal that'll come in and call in or whatever. So with that type of stuff, you have to acknowledge how certain women can behave and not be the greatest. And I think it's an appropriate thing, but most definitely men in red pill definitely tell you got to get better, and you got to put yourself in better circumstances. So to a degree, he's definitely wrong with they don't tell men to look inward, is what he said.
Studies consistently show that red pill communities promote hostile sexism, dehumanize women, and radicalize male pain into misogyny. And to top it off, it's not helping them date either. Men who endorse red...
I'll go back into the conversation too. When you look at the odds of... When you just look at the odds of the red pill community, I'll say it's not 2 out of 10 that's a bad apple. I say it's more like 3.5. Every 3.5 guy in the red pill is actually maybe not even I wouldn't even say that, bro. But let's just say 2 to 3.5 guys are a bad apple. But still a good majority of the guys that watch red pill are genuinely watching it to learn how to get better with women, learn how to get better results in life, learn how to become a better person just when it comes to social dynamics. Because most of the people that watch those type of shows deal with or are intrigued by some of those dynamics. Let's just be real. That's what red pill exists for. That's why it's such a market for it. And then there is the 3.5 to 2 to 3.5 people out of the 10 that is going there for negativity, that is going there to shit on women, that is going there to bag on women, that is going there to just be counterproductive. And even with the creators, there is every 2 out of 10 to 3.5 out of 10 people that is a content creator is out there just to shit on other women. I do think that when you look at the red pill as a whole, but I do not think it's a 90% red pill guys are really just trying to spew divisive shit, if you ask me. I don't think that, if you ask me. Because I'm just talking about the history of red pill. But that's my opinion.
Red pill beliefs report higher levels of loneliness, romantic dissatisfaction, and psychological distress. But the consequences are real and deadly. Just a short drive from this studio, Elliot Rodger murdered 6 people at UC Santa Barbara with the manifesto filled with hatred for women.
Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Don't do the manifesto. Don't do that for YouTube purposes. Like, just skip that part. Or maybe
okay.
You
already made the point. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay. And he became a martyr for red pill communities, a symbol of what happens when male pain festers into violence. For all the lectures about female nature and alpha dominance, red pill men aren't forming real relationships. They're staying single, bitter, and stuck. The more they consume this content, the worse their life gets. Not because women changed, but because they did. In the end, it leaves them lonely, angry, and blaming everyone but the ideology that failed them.
I disagree. I think people like Kevin Samuels, Andrew Tate, at least for I'm the percentage, the 6 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 that watch it for just genuine wisdom from time to time, or getting gain from other people's perspective. Just like, as crazy as it sounds, if the pimp Bible or the pimp aspects of things, a lot of people may watch that stuff and look at it like it's a crazy thing to watch, but honestly, there is things that you can learn just off social dynamics on how people behave. And like I said, I'm a big psychology guy, so that's why I watch all type of stuff. But when it comes to the Andrew Tates and Kevin Samuels, I stick to him mostly because that's why I watch probably more than any of these red pill guys. When he talking to the men, bro, he used to get in his bag, man. Some of the wisdom he gave that I keep, he said, you should be making, I think he said 15,000 times your age. And if you're 19, 15,000 times 19, that's what you should be trying to get to as a goal every year. Let me see the math on that. It was something like that. Times 18, 27,000. So he said that, let's say, I think I was 27 when I was watching Kevin Samuels' time. Let me see if that adds up to what I was. Okay, so around 27, I should be making like 40,000. And that's just like realistic goals where he like, if you a single man, staying focused, and you ain't got shit going for yourself, you down in the dump, you stand on people's couches, you whatever you going through, and you feel like you live in check to check, it will be my circumstances, even now and back then. These are the goals that you're supposed to be trying to get to. And it wasn't no 100K. It wasn't no you need to be making $1 million. It's like, no, bro, you can have a good, decent life and start to build for yourself with making 40,000 a year at 27. By the time you 30, what was 30 times? I should know that. 30 times 15, 45,000. Like, that's not a big like jump from 27 to 30. Like, that's a reasonable jump. And making 45,000 at 30 years old, let's say you maybe have one kid or no kid, and you also got you got a woman, if you do have a kid, that also making, let's say, 30K. Like, bro, that's a decent household. And Kevin Samuels used to push for that type of shit, bro. So for me, I just strongly disagree. Even with as much as I hate Fresh and Fit, as far as the example that I'm trying to set, they get on men too about, bro, you have to do better for yourself. You gotta get in shape. You gotta get better at talking. You gotta get better at like life. Like that's just real, bro. So yeah, I get people from the outside love to shit on red pill and think it's a bunch of weird shit. But as a guy that is a normal, functioning, been knew how to talk to women, been getting women. I have very much been fascinated with the red pill community all my life, from whether it was comedy, because there's certain comedians, like I said, Patrice O'Neal, a little bit of Bill Burr. They always had kind of that type of stuff, and even when I got older, like I said, some of these YouTube guys I like some of the stuff that they talk about, because I like interdynamic shit, I like society shit, I like psychology shit, and all this is speaking to that. It's like self-help books, but in reality, this is like in a podcast form or in a YouTube form and shit like that. When you're actually dealing with other people and talking to them. Like another dude I like, the dude that be breaking down people's debt. Like, it's just shit like that where it's like, I like where people can actually be face to face with another person and talk about their life, and it'd be an hour or 30-minute conversation. Like, that shit gets real, bro. Like, and Kevin Samuels used to kill that shit. I think the Fresh and Fit attempts to do that with having the women on the panel and so many other red pill like shows. I think they already kind of knew, and it's just me kind of just backing the red pill. I think red pill already knew the knacks that people say about them. That's why you had to get the women on the shows to have these conversations and to have these different things, so it don't look, not even look, but it also validate how it comes across in a sense. Because if it's just a bunch of men in a room agreeing with each other, not being corrected or not being checked, no woman's there to ever check what they're saying, it look a certain type of way. But when you bring women on these shows, when you bring women on the panels, and Patrice O'Neal started this back in, I don't know if he was the first to do it, but he used to do it. He used to bring women on the shows, and there'll be a little debate where it'll be Patrice versus the girl. And it gives a better taste to, I guess, society. And I think Red Pill knew that it's harder to knock it when you actually have women on these shows and trying to debate and have these conversations versus just a bunch of men having these conversations. And that's what this kind of is in a sense as well. It's like, how crazy are we when we have this debate, I'm actually cooking you? Like, it gets very interesting. Like, a lot of people try shit on Red Pill, and we see this is the girl tried to do it. She kind of failed miserably. Asked me, this dude gonna get cooked too. I'm already gonna tell y'all that, but yeah, this is honestly if you really want to be real, it kills the debate of, is Red Pill toxic? Is Red Pill all of this? Because as much as these people come, as research as this is, a 5-hour video, and he gonna get cooked the whole time. It gives a lot of credence to what the Red Pill actually is.
Just this week, Andrew called red pill creators degenerates for pushing casual sex, discouraging marriage, and obsessing over status. Yet here he is today defending that same ecosystem. He also said that the divide between men and women is a good thing because he believes women will cave first. Andrew wants to keep that division wide because it serves his personal crusade to eradicate feminism, even if it means sacrificing the well-being of the very men he claims to protect. That's my opening statement.
Okay. So I'll respond. A few things. By the way, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. Welcome to actually, thank you guys for having me, especially the Whatever podcast chat. Always nice to be back with you guys. And of course, the Crucible crew. Thank my opponent for coming out as well for this. So the first thing is, you mentioned that the red pill is poison and women are enemies, adversaries. I think that you're making a very classic mistake that many people make, which is that you're creators and their views with what the red pill is. And so maybe we can get into what you think the red pill actually is.
Sure.
So you say that the red pill is making men stay single and stay miserable, et cetera, et cetera. We can get into that too. I actually didn't say that red pillers were degenerates, and I'm guessing that you're referencing the Pearl Davis debate.
No, you said this on your channel. You were talking to a gentleman on your own channel. I can't remember. He was talking on an iPad. You didn't like the sound. It was something you posted, I think, Tuesday.
Okay, yeah. So there are a lot of degenerates who are red pillers, but I wouldn't make the claim that the red pill to me is just a descriptive packet. and you say that Andrew wants feminism to be destroyed at the expense of men. It's the opposite. I want feminism to be destroyed because I think that protects and helps and assists men. So I'm talking about a gender divide. What I'm disassociating is that there needs to be, when I say gender divide, women in the role of female gender roles and men in the role of male gender roles. So that's the divide I'm looking at. No, I'm not looking at a divide of like men and women not being close to each other. I'm looking at the divide of I don't want sameness when it comes to gender roles because that's really bad and it does not suit society very well. So kind of with that, I'm happy to just kind of dive into whatever you want here.
Sure. So I know you say the red pill is kind of this ideology, but red pill...
Not an ideology.
Whatever word you used.
It's a packet.
It's a data packet. I've heard you say that. I understand. But the only way that message is really disseminated is often through these big content creators. Most of the people come across the red pill from things like Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, this channel. That's how that packet is distributed. And there are prescriptive messages.
How did they come across it?
I don't know. The internet is the internet. The algorithm.
Do you think they made it up?
Do I think who made it up?
That those red pill creators that you're talking about, do you think that they just made all that stuff up?
No, I don't. I think there's too many similar messages for it to be made up.
Yeah, so there's like sources for this stuff, right?
Wherever they're sourcing it from, I'm not sure, but they're disseminating it.
It's a good counter.
Such source would be a guy, his name is Rollo Tomasi.
And even outside of Rollo Tomasi, a lot of the statistics that men use to tell them that we need to shape up into a new reality of how things are being played, similar to the "are all women hoes" conversation earlier, and how it's a pessimistic way to look, not even pessimistic, but honestly a reality check in how we should be looking at things based on how society is. A lot of men get told, hey, want to find somebody, settle down, all this different stuff, but don't think of the reality of the future of how if you put all this work into a certain relationship, how that person may pull out on you, and how 70%, I think, of the divorces initiated are about women or whatever, stuff like that, and how a lot of the horror stories from men come from when they ultimately commit with a woman. Obviously, I know people will be like, well, why does that really matter to men? Because one of the things that hurt men the most is when they think they actually have something that's going to last forever. They think that this family is mine forever. This is what I created and what I helped build. I put blood, sweat, and tears into this. I put overtime for this. I've worked. I sacrificed for this. And for somebody just to walk out, take the kids, possibly take the house, that's one of the ultimate men's horror stories as far as losing your family. Like, that's one of the worst things that could happen to a man. And it wasn't because something actually tragic happened. It was because a woman got the feminist bug, or because a woman decided that temptation was going to be the better thing, or just because society tells women they don't have to fight and stand up for relationships anymore. They could go find something better and graduate from relationships and stuff like that. So that's a big portion of what red pill and why it exists. So, and then, like I said, a lot of the statistics that the red pill people use are based in fact. So when he asks, is there a source? There's multiple sources of why men should be having a reality check on how they move in society, especially from the average man. A lot of the average men, like I said, get lost in the rat race of trying to do things the right way, or do things what people say is the traditional way, when nigga, that way of living have changed, and the modern way of living and how people are moving and doing stuff, you gotta tweak it. And it's like I said, a reality check. That's why the red pill has such a big market, because a lot of men are trying to figure out, what the fuck am I missing?
The Godfather of the red pill. He's gonna be pissed that I said that.
Especially when most men, like what I'm talking about, like, man, I'm a good guy. I'm a really good guy. What the fuck? Why is life not shaping up for me? Because honestly, the average man, like I said earlier, it ain't all cookie cutter for a man. If you the average man, bro, you are the pawn for these corporations. You are the pawn for these armies. You are the pawn for these governments to go out here and work for minimum labor and get paid for one job title, but be doing 5 different job titles. And obviously women are subjugated to that too. But as the average man, you don't have, no one can save you. You can't go get married. You can't go file for no government. Like it's harder for men to a degree, and obviously it's still hard for women. Like life is life, but for the average man, that's just why the red pill exists. They feel like there's answers that need to be met, and feeling like I'm just pretty much stuck in the mud. And whether it's with women, whether it's with jobs, whether it's with any little different things in life, I think that's what the red pill is. And I think that's what Andrew was talking about with the packet, essentially.
That because it's like an ongoing meme, but he calls it a praxeology, right? So if it's praxeological from his perspective, he's saying there's no prescriptions here, right? It's not designed around prescriptors. It's designed around descriptors. So if you're going to criticize the red pill, you should probably start by criticizing the descriptors. But if you wanted to criticize individual content creators for their prescriptions, I think that's fine, but that's not the red pill. The red pill is a data packet of descriptions which are trying to express and explain interpersonal sexual dynamics between men and women.
I think the gentleman you mentioned, most people haven't heard of. I think most people
have heard of him.
I think most of the people are getting their information from the millions of subscriptions to Fresh and Fit and whatever. And
Fresh and Fit, he goes on often.
Thicker, fuller hair.
If you in red pill, you know who Rollo Tomassi is. But the average person may not, but that's not. What does that matter to red pillars? Like if you a person that, or you're not even a red pillar, if you somewhat have the algorithm of watching red pill content, let's say 20-30% of the time, it's a good chance you've seen Rollo Tomassi once or twice, or at least heard some narrative or logic that he spewed or created or helped forward. Let's just be real.
Gaines, I'm sure, is much more popular than him.
Yeah, well, the thing is like, maybe, but Myron Gaines is not are you saying he's the red pill?
I think he's one of them.
Okay, so what is, let's start with that. What is the red pill?
I consider it content that claims to reveal the truth about women but promotes misogyny and male victimhood.
Okay, so you think that the descriptors do that?
I think the content creators that are prescribing what the red pill is.
So it's about content creators.
Sure.
You just think that, so there's just content creators who you disagree with their message.
The majority of the red pill content creators, I disagree with their message.
Well, well, what's the majority? Like, how many do you think there are?
The most popular of the bunch. The ones that have the most viewers, subscribers.
Okay, so who are these guys that you're talking about?
Fresh and Fit is a big one. Andrew Tate is another one. And the Whatever Podcast is another one.
Fresh, Fit, Tate, and Whatever. So here's an easy one. I guess let's start with Whatever because I'm pretty familiar with the content here. So what is the message that's being put out there?
There's a lot of misogynistic messages that come out of this podcast, and
let's start with what is misogyny?
Misogyny is the hatred or dislike of women, the active dislike of women.
Plural women.
Yeah, correct. The entire gender.
So not the active dislike of a woman.
No, not typically.
So it's just women.
Yeah.
Okay. So misogyny is the active hatred or dislike of women.
Yeah.
Got it. All right.
And Fresh and Fit is another big helper to that.
Let's start with Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is the misogyny or the dislike of women, which is promoted on this channel?
It's presented as a dating podcast, but it's really not. The topics that typically come up on this podcast.
With that. What makes it not a dating podcast?
I'm about to go into that.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
A dating podcast should not discuss whether or not women should be submissive, whether women should vote. On Sunday's show, you ask women how many pumps after they tell you to stop is it grape. That's not a dating podcast. That's one of the craziest questions I've ever heard. You basically say divorce hurts men, marriage is pointless. I don't know how that's helping your audience. I don't know how military conscription has anything to do with a dating podcast. I don't know how, guests being shown a submissive ex-girlfriend and saying, would you bow to your husband? Would you bow to your husband? That's not a dating podcast. That is promoting hatred of women and misogyny as well. Female guests are pressured to reveal their body count and then mocked. If they don't reveal, they're interrogated until they reveal reveal. Women with OnlyFans are moralized and told to quit. Male promiscuity is excused and celebrated. Women are asked about their peak looks, age, and questioned incessantly. Segments like Man, Bear versus Woods mock women's very real fears about male violence, even though statistical realities are ignored and dismissed as irrational. The super chat roast. The guests love to shit on these women every chance they get. And on this show, feminism and women are blamed for most of men's problems.
Can I have do you have a copy of that? I'd like to see it, the thing. Because you just shotgunned a bunch of points, and Andrew, you want
I would
you
like
can have
to,
it
one by one.
I also have peer-reviewed studies if you want those too.
Yeah, if you have any, especially if they have a meta-analysis, I'd like to see them.
And just to before you give your response, Andrew, my understanding here for the debate was primarily going to be about feminism, not specific criticisms of the.
Well, I mean, this is
the prompts were about manosphere and red pill.
Yeah, so this is, I'm actually fine with this, right? So, why it's not really a dating podcast, whether women should be submissive, why, I don't understand. Why would that not be relational to dating?
What does submission have to do with dating?
Well, because dating is, especially on a dating show, you would be significantly talking about people's preferences when it came to the social experiences they're having with the opposite sex.
You're not talking about your preferences, you're talking about their preferences? Because when you talk about submission, you're talking about from your worldview, women should be submissive.
Okay, but what from their worldview, they could also...
The thing I hate with the submission shit is just, it's so, like, elementary, man. It really is. Like, if we're just being honest, when you talk about submission, it happens from both sides. Men submit to women by having to sacrifice and do all the different things that a woman need, and saying that we're going to agree to do that and keep a woman happy and all these different things, man. A man submits in a relationship all the time, like as far as being able to, that's just a part of a relationship. Both sides submit, bro. Like, both of y'all are letting y'all guard down. Both of y'all are being vulnerable to each other and giving each other the grace and chance to mess up or even possibly hurt you or make you feel great or whatever the possible dynamics are. That's a part of it. So you have to submit to when you let your guard down, when you become vulnerable with somebody, bro, that is a form of submission. When you do stuff for them that takes energy, life force, like, bro, that is a form of submission, bro. Like, you're submitting your energy into this relationship, literally. That's literally what it is. And the more you submit your energy into the relationship, hopefully if it's good energy, it will thrive. That's what this is. And that's the whole principle to a degree of why a man gets on a knee. He's submitting to the woman in hopes that she'll submit to him. That's what this is. Bro, that's what relationships are. But a lot of people, when they hear the word submit, they think of slavery, they think of oppression. Not necessarily. When you have a leader, you submit to him being a leader, but you give him that power to be your leader or her to be that leader, or a school or organization or a job. You submit to giving that organization power over you. And in that same sense, they submit and letting you in because you could honestly sink their ship if you are not the greatest candidate or the greatest employee. You could cause damages and all these other different things. So they have to submit to by letting you in, and they hopefully by screening you and doing a background check, interviewing you. That's why they do all these questions and psyche conversations of like, hey, how do you think about this situation? How do you think about that situation? Because they know you are a risk to the corporation or a potential risk to the corporation. And why would they let that potentially in? Because they need people. But they have to submit to using people because they don't have nothing else to use. But at the end of the day, they have to submit and they have something to lose. And some people, like, you have to sign contracts where, nigga, you can't even tell the secrets. Because, nigga, if you go tell the secrets, nigga, and give these secrets to anybody else, nigga, they know the recipe. They know the sauce, whether it's whether it's an algorithm in tech or whether it's a food recipe or something like that. Like, nigga, you gotta sign waivers and shit like that. Like, bro, you just can't. If you go somewhere and recreate this shit, bro, we could sue you. Cause, bro, you could literally become a potential competitor to us and do exactly what we doing off the back of everything we did, bro. So yes, they have to submit, bro. Like, that's the thing about reality. It's a yin and yang, bro. No one never has all of the power, bro. That's just it could never work like that.
So have maybe a counter to that why they shouldn't, or also a lot of them say yes they should. So the idea here for submission, especially, would be I don't see how that's not dating related.
I don't know how submission comes up on any sort of date. I don't know if you've ever been on a date in the last 20 years.
So, okay, so if I ask you, what type of woman do you want? Mm-hmm. And you go through the traits and you say, I'd also like a submissive woman. Does that make sense to say as a trait?
Sure, I don't know many people that would just offer that up as one of the first things they want in a woman, but maybe those are the people you hang out with.
Who said it's the first? If you ask somebody, if I'm asking what's your dynamic, and one of the answers is a submissive woman.
Yeah.
That comes up all the time for men in dating.
Okay, in your circles, perhaps.
I mean,
that's just in reality, bro. It's just being disingenuous. Who wants to deal with somebody that's combative? Who wants to deal with somebody that's always argumentative and rambunctious and just always got something to say, always not trying to let you lead? Like, who wants to do that? Who wants to do that, bro? Who wants to be with somebody like that? Why? Who wants to go out and sacrifice their blood, sweat, and tears for a relationship just to come home to somebody that's ungrateful, that's combative, that don't see the value in what you're doing? Like, that's essentially what you get when you get an unsubmissive person. Who would want to date that on either side? It's just like a leader. Who would want to date a man that don't listen? Who would want to have a leader that don't listen to them? Nobody. Who would want to have a leader that just tell them everything to do and they can't do nothing? Nobody. You can't be a good man if you don't have the qualities of listening. You cannot get women if you don't know how to listen to women. And you damn sure can't get them if you don't know how to acquiesce to some of the needs that they need. Let's just be real. So when it comes to this again, like, it's very unreasonable to think that why the fuck would you want to be with somebody that's so unsubmissive? Like I said, once again, a leader has to submit. A leader has to listen to his other people. A leader has to listen to the council. If he don't, bro, niggas gonna look at him like, bro, get him out of here. Just like a woman. If you get with a woman, you start doing all that, nigga, she is out of there. What are we talking about? So that's just another bad point from this guy, honestly, bro.
No, just in well, how many dating podcast sample sizes do you have here?
I'm on a dating podcast. I made one. I listen to a lot of your shows. I listen to a lot of everything that's out there.
I don't understand any of the dating podcasts that come up when you ask.
And I think another big problem of it is looking at submission as a form of weakness. Submission is a form of a lot of things, man. Submission is a form of agreement. So many things to explain it. Submission is a form of like it's multiple ways of just saying an agreement, honestly. Everything I'm saying it just boils back to submission is a form of working together and saying that y'all gonna be good partners to each other, essentially. That's all that is. That's all that is. A submission is looked at as, like, to me, chemistry. Like, that's what submission really is. Submission is very powerful, like, when it's done in the right sense. Obviously, when you submit to somebody that's bad, it's horrible. It's horrible. Either way, is it a man or a woman? If you got somebody that's just horrible that you said you're gonna be loyal to, bro, of course it's the worst thing ever. But that's the cons of it. When you look at the beauty of what submission can be, it's Kobe listening to Phil Jackson, bro. It's Jordan listening to Phil Jackson and saying, yeah, I'm gonna run the triangle. Yeah, I know I can score 38 points a game, but I'm gonna tone it down to 30 and we really gonna start cooking. That's what it is. That's what it is. Like, submission is a guy learning Karate Kid. That's what submission is. And having a mentor and saying, I'm willing to, even though I might not agree with you, I'm gonna take your mentorship. Even though it might be things that's tough, I'm gonna push through. And you can see when submission is when you pick the right person to submit to, when you pick the right person to be a leader, when you pick the right person, as far as let's say you're a leader or you the husband or the mentor, and you pick the right person to mentee, like, bro, that relationship can be so fucking beautiful, bro. So that's why I hate when people try to categorize submission as this such a negative slavery thing. Yes, the worst form of submission could be that, obviously, but that's a whole different conversation. And talking about, let's talk about vetting people and stuff like that, because once you submit to the right person, bro, like, it's no problem at all, honestly.
Ask men their preference. They've never once says, I would prefer to have a woman who's more submissive.
The topic of submission only comes up on Red Pill podcasts.
No, it doesn't only come up on
Where else does it come up?
It's been on Dr. Phil. It's been everywhere.
Dr. Phil talks about submission every episode?
I didn't say every episode.
Well, that's what we're talking about here.
Is he doing a dating podcast every
Don't mention
episode?
Dr. Phil as a dating show then.
This dude is definitely aggressive. This dude definitely tries to change wording up very, very subtly. I mean, I don't think it's subtly, but he definitely tries to get that shit off.
Don't mention Dr. Phil as a dating show. That's not a dating show.
You asked where else it's mentioned.
As a dating show. That is not a dating show.
Yeah, so in any case, any of the dating podcasts that I've seen, it's a very common answer to say if they want to
name another dating podcast.
And here's the other thing to dive into this.
Name another dating podcast.
Here's the other thing to dive into this.
Well, you got to name another dating podcast.
Okay, Fresh and Fit happens there all the time.
Red Pill content, exactly as I said.
Okay, so when you're talking about a dating podcast, what do you mean by that?
Something a little less, I don't know, misogynistic, perhaps.
What does that mean, though?
I've already explained it to you and defined it.
If any man has a dating podcast, is it Red Pill or
I have a dating podcast and it's not misogynistic.
I see. And let me ask you a question. What kind of questions do you ask on your dating podcast?
I ask them what are their priorities in a man. I ask them, do you have advice for men in dating?
How many men have you had on?
0. It's called Women on Men.
Oh, I see. So you're a misandrist?
Absolutely not.
Well, I don't understand. Why don't you want a man's opinion?
Because I want to ask women specifically. That has nothing. Misandry involves hate, and I don't hate men.
Oh, okay, I got it. So you only have on women.
Correct.
And you don't ask them, when you ask them about preferences.
Yeah.
Right? Do they say that they want things like assertive men?
No.
Do they say that they want less assertive men?
I give them a list of 10 traits and say rank these between your top 3 and your bottom 3.
Okay, so you're giving them the answers.
I'm not giving them the answers. They take a lot of time to think about it.
But you just said you gave them 10 traits.
Yeah, that's not the answers. Those are options.
I wanted to let them get their opening shit off before I start to skip ahead. See kind of where they stand.
Options you can choose from. It's a multiple choice.
That's not answers.
Yes, it's answers.
Okay, they're answers, Andrew.
Yeah. A whole complete class list of I want more resources, or I would like security, or they're not unreasonable, right? But they definitely have a completely distinction in opinion for why they want to get married. That is, I don't even think you could disagree that that's 100% valid for dating.
Talking about marriage is fine. Discouraging is not.
When do I ever
This podcast discourages marrying all the time.
When have I ever discouraged marriage?
I didn't say you did. I said this podcast.
I have always maintained, to try to throw you like as much of an olive branch as I can, I've always maintained that to me, I can't create justifications for secular marriage.
Well, by the way, we're also talking about Red Pill and Manosphere. Myron Gaines is also someone else, another popular creator.
He also can't create, so I've had conversations with Myron about this.
Yeah.
Okay. He also is in the same boat that I am, in that for secularist men, Because what Myron says is, from the religious standpoint, it makes sense, especially if there's an ecclesiastical authority which can help govern it.
Right.
But he's the same place. Like, from the secularist standpoint, justifying it for men is very difficult.
When he's talking about not getting married, he never caveats it about being secular. He says, why would men get married? They don't get anything out of it. It's stupid. And this is the same message that red pill content creators are promoting to their people, and that's why they are single. That's why they're alone, and that's why they're isolated.
So I'll cede some ground here.
Okay.
That he probably does talk like that, but he's a secularist.
Okay.
So when he's referencing men, right, he's thinking of it from that view.
What does Andrew Tate think about marriage?
Again, what does that have to do with Myron Gaines? One at a time. Don't pivot. Don't red herring.
Wait, and also I just want to come in here. Andrew Wilson is not Andrew Tate, so why is Andrew doing a defense of Andrew Tate?
He's doing a defense of red pill manosphere content. They are content creators of that.
I'm fine doing this. So.
Secularism is the principle of seeking the conduct of human affairs based on naturalistic consideration, uninvolved with religion. A secularist, a person who advocates for separation of state from religious institution. Okay, I guess.
Andrew Tate is looking at things also from the perspective of Muslim, and he's looking at things from. He has a variance perspective that's kind of interesting, but discouraging. I actually understand why it is that secularists discourage marriage for men. That makes sense to me, and I actually understand why it is that Tate would discourage marriage for men as well. That also makes sense to me. But since his conversion, he actually seems to discourage it less, but says instead that there needs to be reforms and changes to the way that the laws are done so that men don't take as much risk in marriage.
Okay, so going back to my opening statement, 3 of the biggest podcasts that promote red pill content, whatever, Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate, most of them, excluding you and Jim Bob, discourage marriage typically. So that's my point that I've been making this whole time, that you guys, these content creators are discouraging men and women from getting together because it benefits them.
But I need you to tell me this now, okay? I'm gonna actually concede this point so that you can tell me why the fuck that's bad for men.
Do you think men shouldn't get together with women?
I would love to hear your justifications for why it is that secularist men ought to get married to secularist women. Go ahead.
I think that red pill men, especially the incels of the world, 95% of them report severe depression and they're lonely. So these kinds of podcasts promote people being alone, and that is dangerous to men.
You're right. But have you looked at the unaliving rates for divorced men?
They're high, but
no,
you know
how much higher?
80% of all unalives. 80% of all unalives are men. 80% of all unalives are men.
And by the way, why didn't you throw in because you're only giving one side of this, right? I've read probably all of these studies. In fact, you can give me the list. I bet you I have.
You have the list.
Here's what's interesting. In the study that you're citing specifically, especially when it comes to unaliving.
Multiple studies.
Especially when it comes to unaliving, which demographic unalives the most? It's those who cohabitate. The cohabitating men who are unmarried, right? They actually unalive more than the men who are married or the men who aren't married, including these depressed men. And cohabitation seems to be like kind of the number one thing.
So I get what he's saying is the unmarried men that cohabitate with women have a harder time than just married men, even though they're technically in a relationship still. It's interesting.
Thing that secularists push, right? Go ahead and cohabitate and go ahead and live together. There's no reason for you to have any type of moral standards. There's no reason for you not to go ahead and move in with your girlfriend. That's what they push.
Do you know who's getting married more right now?
Oh, when you say cohabitation, are they staying together or not staying together? I'm not understanding that part.
Than any other demographic?
Who?
College educated people.
Yeah, that's true.
Mostly secularists. So I don't know what you're talking about. They're not. Secularists aren't pushing don't get married.
What does that have to do with anything?
This idea that you're saying secularists have this non-moral code where they're saying just
But so he said secularists are mostly college people, and they're not pushing that. But most secular people get divorced more than regular people, so that kind of defeats his point either. I mean, that defeats his point. If you look at the education, when education is involved, the higher the education, the higher the chances of divorce. Unfortunately.
cohabitate, it doesn't matter. That's not what's happening because they're actually getting married.
Yeah, because women who are in college have access to much higher status men than women who aren't in college.
College educated people are also getting divorced less.
Yes, because you have the high.
Not from what the studies I've heard. I've heard that college women are more likely to divorce than regular women, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see.
A status man that you want who has lots and lots of money. Yes, that's the way that works.
The women are also making a lot of money. Do you know how?
No. So here's the thing that's so funny. Here's what you didn't include here. So when it comes to the middle, right? You're right that the middle class, which I would argue,
you're saying I'm right a lot,
which probably doesn't exist. Right?
I appreciate you saying I'm right.
Well,
constantly.
the thing that's so fun about making a concession to a point is that it makes it easier for me to destroy it.
Oh yeah.
So here's what's funny about this.
A quick fact check. It said no, they're not more likely to divorce. I don't know where I got that from. Maybe I got to keep doing some more research. Let me see.
You are correct that the middle class does get divorced a bit less. Or I'm sorry, get married a bit less, right? In some cases, a lot less, depending on what's going on. But here's why: you can only usually get a guy or a woman based around the social dynamics and social circle that you're in, right?
Sure.
They only have access to women or men who are roughly making around the same amount or not the same amount as them, and usually they meet them at work. College-educated women, different. Mm-hmm. Now they have access to this kind of wider pool of much more wealthy men, right? And so, yeah, of course they marry them more often. They have a higher status there for them to go after. That's why they do that.
I like how you think women are just going after high status men when they make up 45% of the workforce, 43% of entrepreneurs. They're making their own money, Andrew.
Can you tell me, though, what the disparity is between the amount of money that these college-educated women make compared to their college-educated husbands, sir?
I'm not sure. But
yeah, you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's such a shock. Well, let me tell you, because I am sure.
Oh, maybe it's changed. It says, so this is what 22, this is American Sociology Association. Wives with more education than their husband no longer risk of divorce. I think it said it might have been 60% of those consisting of an individual with different levels of education or wives or more educated than their husband, and increased about 35%. It increased 35% from 1950s to 2009. So it was about 60%, but I guess it went down again. So it's not that highly educated, but when they're more educated than the men. So I guess it's a subgenre of divorce, but it still is a statistic that has to be mentioned. Where when you come up with the secular conversation, it's not like when you come up with, he brought up the secular conversation and how most people in college are secular. Like, it kind of still defeat that point of they ain't been the greatest when it comes to the marriage statistics, when it comes to the college educated or the higher the educated, or at least when you compare to that man. But I think it's a little more to that, if you ask me.
Right? It's a significant
Why don't you give me a number
more.
then? If you know so much, give me a number.
Because I don't remember if it's between.
It's significant.
I don't remember if it's between 0.5 or 1, but it's at least 0.5 more.
Okay.
At least.
Okay.
So, like, I don't even know what you're arguing here.
Yeah, I'm arguing here that secularists still get married, and you're making the stupid point that they're promoting cohabitation, even though that's not the case.
I would say that if it were the case that the middle class had access to the same amount of wealth as the college-educated women do, that they would be getting married at the same rates to those men.
Okay, well, why aren't they getting married then?
Because they don't have access to those men.
Okay.
Turn your pastime into your full-time. Your person.
Can you?
I don't know why I said array, but that's not an array. It's not an array headset either. I mean, cam either, so I guess that's the right one. Oh, there you go. It just was on default. I don't even think about that. I guess that's what that dude was catching too. How it sound now?
You tell me why that's wrong? No,
I think
you can't, can you? Because it makes sense, doesn't it?
I'm about to.
Okay,
why do you think there's such a gulf between relationships right now that you actually encourage?
What golf do I encourage?
You encouraged it on Pearl Davis' show just this week.
What?
that the golf. She said men and women aren't dating. You said good.
Yeah, no.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're gonna lie right here, right in front of my face?
No, I don't think I did say that.
Yes, you did. You said it's good because they're gonna. No, I'll tell you what you said. You said they're gonna hold out because you think women are gonna cave first, so that we could start creating these gender roles again.
Yes. So you're talking about my internal critique of Pearl Davis.
Pearl Davis said men and women aren't dating, and you said good, and this is why it's good.
Yes,
that's not an internal critique.
This is why it's good.
That's not an internal critique.
Yes, it was. The entire conversation with Pearl was an internal critique.
That specific conversation was not an internal critique.
The whole conversation was an internal critique.
That's a very likely story.
It's not only but listen, am I a person who debates utilizing internal critiques?
Sure.
Yeah. And do I use that? Do I have a staple for utilizing internal critiques?
Sure.
Okay. Why is it though that for some reason you think with Pearl Davis I wouldn't use internal critiques?
Because I will admit, throughout the podcast you were, but this specific point you weren't. This was your own personal belief that it's a good thing that men and women are dating because you only want Christian people dating.
No.
You only want Christian people dating and having babies. Secularists can go fuck themselves.
My point there, right now, this is off the top of my head, right? And I think it's unfair for you to hold me to the standard of this debate that I had that went on for hours. I can't remember every detail of it. But if I remember this correctly, what actually happened there was we were discussing secular marriage. And if the gulf got too wide, right, then people are going to divert themselves over to other X thing. But I don't remember
exactly. It had nothing to do with secular. It's like you keep throwing that word in front of what these people are saying because it just helps your argument. But that's not what you guys were discussing. You were talking about men and women aren't dating.
Exactly.
Do you admit that men and women are dating currently? Do you know men 18 to 24 have never asked a woman out in real life? Did you know that?
Yeah. So no, that's not correct.
Okay, correct me then.
Yeah, no, show me any data that shows that in your packet.
It's probably not in that packet.
Because it's not true.
Okay, then what's the statistic then?
I don't have to give you a counter. I just can tell you that that's not true unless you demonstrate it.
Okay, I'm the one who actually brought something. Did you bring any data? Demonstrate any statistic you've thrown out.
What statistic have I thrown out?
Demonstrate any statistic you've thrown out.
What statistic have I thrown out?
About how much more men in college make than their wife counterparts.
You demanded that I give you a number. What did I say?
Yeah, I didn't demand.
Don't actually
you said it's
know.
significant.
I said I don't actually know other than it's significant,
right.
The gap.
Well, then show me the proof of that.
Yeah, but I don't. That's all I know
then shut
about
the fuck up.
Yeah. So here, just real quick, just demonstrate it. I got your data packet.
Let me ask you something. Are men and women dating less?
Hold on. I don't think the mic work on the computer, but that'd be crazy if it do. We've been trying to get the hell to work for a minute.
If you got to answer his question.
I don't have to do anything.
Answer questions.
Hold on. If you're going to cross-examine him, he's going to cross-examine you.
I asked him initially how many people are dating, and then he said,
answered most of your questions.
He has not answered. What was the question?
You've asked you've shotgunned a bunch of questions. He asked you a question back. You should respond.
Oh my God, this fucking room is cooking. Can you open that door up?
It is pretty hot in here.
Yeah, it's fucking cooking.
Both of them.
Holy shit. Whew. This is like peak bad, dude. All right. It's got to be like a fucking 100 degrees in this room, dude. So anyway, where were we? What were we talking about?
I asked about men and women dating and the gulf between them.
Yeah, what about it?
Do you admit that that's happening?
That there's a gulf between dating?
Yeah, the men and women are dating less.
By what?
In general.
I don't think so. I work as a server. I see motherfuckers going out on dates all the time. I take care of couples more than I take care of just a bunch of men by themselves. And even when there's a couple men, I'm pretty sure they got girls. Most of the men got girls. These dudes don't be coming here looking like dweebs 9 times out of 10. Even the dudes I see look like dweebs got girls. Like, bro, I see all type of fascinating couples throughout my life the last, let's say, 10 years being in the restaurant industry. I don't see no problem in dating. I really don't. Now, maybe when you go to club scenes and stuff like that, possibly, but most people got rosters at this point. Most people got rosters, so I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about when he talk about this gap between dating.
What does that mean? What are you asking me?
Do you think men and women are dating less, yes or no?
Yes.
And you think that's a good thing?
Contextually, it could be a good thing.
What do you mean by contextually?
Well, it could be that people are selecting for better mates, for instance. And so they're dating less because they have much more criteria for them to go off of. Maybe you could possibly see as results of that, less single motherhood. It could be a good thing.
Do you think there are more involuntary celibate men than ever?
No.
You think this is...
Definitely not.
You think this is not an anomaly that's happening right now?
No.
When else in history do you think that was happening?
So throughout most of history, only about 40% of men ever reproduced. And we know this because of we can check our ancestry and see how many more female ancestors than male we have. So, yeah, most men were not able to reproduce. They were expendable. They were used.
Yeah, that's a very fascinating point. And I mean, just in general, to be here as a human, your ancestors went through a lot to be here. So you really are the finest of the fittest when you think about how long society and humans been doing this thing that we've been doing. So honestly, it pat your people on the back because they did a hell of a job when you think about all the plagues and all the different like famines and different things that used to happen throughout the dust storms, all these different economical collapses and stuff that has happened over the years, slavery, the oppressions, all these different things that's happened. So yeah, it's definitely something crazy. But even when you get into it, that's just reality, man. Like when it comes to women, they want a certain quality of guy, and every guy can't get selected. That just is what it is. On a level that they can have a woman consistently. Some dudes just gonna fall short. Unless they really just find a girl that's just bottom of the barrel too with them, then that they might could have something. But for the most part, like it's just dudes that just don't stack up to the standard. And it's more just to do about them personally not being able to be like they just don't take showers, they stink. Like it's like they don't have a job. Like it's a lot of shit that go into that shit, or they in jail or some shit like that. So there's gonna always be a portion of men that just don't have access to women, or they old. A lot of old men don't have access to women too. But yeah.
To soldiers, uses this, uses that. So no, actually, more men
resources to reproduce. I can see that.
Yeah, you'll concede that point, right? Yeah, I don't think that this is like.
So you don't think there's a golf in the male loneliness thing? You don't think that's a real thing?
Yeah, well.
I think Red Pill been addressing the male loneliness because I think there was a set of male loneliness even inside of relationships. I think there was a set of male loneliness inside of chasing women relentlessly and not following, like figuring out how to fix yourself and many different things. I think a lot of men have been lonely even when they had good results with women because they didn't know what to look for in women, especially with how so much tradition and stuff has changed. A lot of men didn't have game from their father and stuff like that to know how to even lead the household the best way or have just to know how to even negotiate certain games that women play a lot of times. So with that being said, Red Pill, I think, has helped address loneliness more than it's helped contribute to it, if you ask me.
I didn't say that though. Okay. What did I actually say?
No, I'm asking. Do you think it's a real thing? So
what I actually said was I do think it is the case that no, you are incorrect and that this is not the worst it's ever been. I would say that the interpersonal sexual dynamics might be the worst they've ever been, but I also think that feminism and single mom caused that.
That's an interesting. Why do you think that caused it?
Because all the stats show that every single rate that you can imagine, a metric, which is horrific on young men, usually comes from single mother homes. We're talking everything from homelessness on up.
Like
almost everything.
Is another term for single mother homes fatherless homes?
Sure.
So why do you put it on women?
Because it's usually women who initiate being in the fatherless relationship, not men.
And why do they initiate being in a fatherless relationship?
The number one answer from women is that irreconcilable differences.
So do you know anyone, a woman in your life that's ever been divorced?
Sure.
Do they say, hey, we got divorced because we couldn't reconcile our differences, or do they say another reason?
Honestly, sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's the differences. Sometimes it's some form of abuse. I've seen both.
They have all sorts of reasons.
Yeah, but they don't say we couldn't reconcile our differences, right?
Yeah, that's true. Well, what's your point?
Why do you use that as a reason women are getting divorced?
Because that's the reason they give is irreconcilable differences.
That's the reason they give in court, but what do they give in real life? What's the real reason women leave people?
They have a varying degree of things, but here's what's not happening. What they're not actually giving in real life is he was abusing me, he was beating me up, he was doing this, he was doing that. Usually,
do you know the top 3 reasons women file for divorce?
Tell me.
Infidelity, emotional neglect, and poor communication, followed by finances.
What's the top 3, though?
That's what the top 3 I just said.
The 3 out of that 4, honestly, them are not justifiable reasons. That stuff you supposed to try to work through when you make a commitment to God or shit, even to that other person. Y'all said through death do us part, if I'm not mistaken, through thick and thin. So that stuff you supposed to work on. Now the infidelity, you technically supposed to work on that if I'm not mistaken, but I can understand in the modern age that not happen. That women are saying that's not gonna happen.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
the top three
But the other three to me are all just bullshit cop-outs. And honestly, it goes back to what about the kids? Because the kids will do a lot better in a household that has a little bit of lack of communication or struggles on the finances than a single-parent household. And that's just the truth.
Infidelity.
Yes, infidelity, emotional neglect, and poor communication, followed by finances.
Oh, so what's the number one reason?
I just said infidelity. I just said that.
Infidelity is the number one reason?
Correct.
Okay, which one of these studies proves that?
Did you bring any studies?
Just tell me which one proves
You know
it.
what? Don't say any facts for the rest of this debate if you're not going to show me a study. How about that?
Bro, listen.
Don't show. No more facts. No more facts.
You got to stop interrupting him.
Dude,
every time you literally were interrupting his talk.
Did I
make the claim or did you?
It's called moderating the show.
Mm-hmm.
You've been interrupting the entire time.
Okay.
If Andrew interrupts you, I'll say the same thing to him.
Yeah, but just real quick, did you make the claim or did I make the claim?
I made the claim.
Okay, great. Can you show it?
I don't have the data point in front of me, but I looked it up prior to this, and you can do it after.
Okay. What if we do it now?
Go for it.
Okay.
Sure.
And where can I find this data?
Around.
No, you looked it up
I have
before.
a lot of data, man. I don't know exactly each source where I got it from.
Before.
This is more about single mothers. You can look at that one if you want to talk about single motherhood.
Yeah, we can get into that. But again, this is just wild to me. I thought you were going to tell me that was the number one reason.
Okay, well, you can't use any facts if you don't have any data.
The number one reason that I'm seeing is lack of commitment.
Well, that's infidelity and also emotional neglect.
It's not.
Okay. What does lack of commitment mean to you, Andrew?
I have no idea what it means. You tell me.
Of course
what
you
is
don't,
lack
but it's
of
not
commitment?
infidelity, right? Because infidelity doesn't show a lack of commitment. Does infidelity show a lack of commitment?
So could not coming home by fucking 10.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
So tell me, what does that mean? Lack of commitment.
You tell me.
You're the one who made the claim.
You're the one who said it was irreconcilable differences.
That's the number one reason they file divorces is what I
but that's
said.
not the reason people actually file for divorce.
Okay, so the reasons that they give, you're saying that the number one reason women give is infidelity.
Infidelity, emotional neglect, and poor communication.
Okay, where can I find the statistic?
I don't remember, man. I brought all the statistics. You didn't bring any.
I didn't need to bring any.
Yeah, because you're making shit up.
What am I making up?
Anything you say, because you can't prove it.
What have I said that I made up?
About the finances that...
How do I make something up when I say I don't know for sure?
Okay, well, you said it's significant.
That is true. It is significant.
Okay, well, how can you prove that?
Well, what does significant mean? Let's see. Statistically, let's just see if we can find this. I am not seeing infidelity as the number one answer on any of these.
Okay.
Towards. Adjust towards women even when they aren't married.
Do you know 1 in 3 children born out of wedlock don't see their father past the age of 3? Did you know that?
Why?
You tell me.
I'm waiting.
No, you tell me.
Why do I need to tell you when I ask you a question? Why?
Because single motherhood is not just a female problem.
Okay, but why do they not have access
because
to the
men
child?
tend to abandon children.
Can you demonstrate that?
I think I just did.
How?
33% of children don't see their father past the age of 3.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that it's because the men don't want.
And even 33% out of 70, like, or 67 is not as significant as you make it seem. Especially when you throw the 33% would a portion of that 33% would want to see their kids. Who knows what that proportion is, but it's not that big of a statistic that you're making it trying to seem. Well, let's move on. See if they got.
I don't think.
If your dream is to become a nurse,
I'm trying to find maybe one other good point that I'm gonna get out of here.
And they have the choice as to whether or not they abort or not abort. Yeah?
healthy masculinity is expansive, not rigid. Can you just define what you mean by that, I guess?
Where is that? Where did I say that?
It was in one of the, you said positive claims I would make in the debate. Healthy masculinity is expansive, not rigid. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I just don't subscribe to the idea that there's only one way to be considered quote unquote masculine.
So like traditional gender roles, you would say?
Traditional gender roles, you can be masculine in traditional gender role, but I think if you're not, that doesn't necessarily mean you're less masculine. For example, if your wife makes more money than you, I don't think that makes you less masculine.
Okay. Andrew, the positive claim he makes is healthy masculinity is expansive, not rigid. Is that something you want to bite on? Or?
Yeah, but we'd have to get into semantics.
I don't want to get into semantics.
That I can't get a position.
No, because
for the sake of the conversation, will you get into semantics?
I hear what you're saying, but
do me a solid.
But I get it.
Are you my homie?
We're homies.
Are we homies?
We're homies. But what I'm saying is, Andrew does these tactics, man. It's not about but he's doing bad faith arguments, Brian. I appreciate it, but he's doing bad faith arguments. He's doing bad faith arguments.
I haven't even made an argument.
But you will. I know you.
So I'm gonna make. You're mad because I'm.
You're gonna make a bad faith argument.
He's trying to say I'm gonna make a bad faith argument by saying. By making a bad faith argument. It's hilarious.
Stop me from preemptively making an argument.
Okay, let's get into it.
Okay, great.
Let's do semantics. So Did you like the lemonade, by the way?
I just want to know what you mean by masculinity. What does that mean to you?
I don't have a solid definition. My general definition of masculinity, and it's very loose, is basically men doing the right thing because it's the right thing. And it's not the best definition because I don't think masculinity can be so defined.
What? Nigga, what? That was the most vague description I've ever heard in my life. I'm like, dead ass. Just doing the right men, just doing the right thing. Nigga, masculinity is leadership. Masculinity is protection. Masculinity is structure. Masculinity is discipline. Masculinity is power. Masculinity is wisdom. I'm trying to think of some other things. There's a lot that goes into masculinity, if I'm being honest. But, yeah, his definition is weird.
What?
That's my definition.
Men doing the right thing because it's the right thing.
Correct.
What's the right thing?
Protecting people, being good to people. That's what I think is masculine.
Protecting people and being good to people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but what does good to people mean? What does that mean?
See, I'm not getting into morality. I'm not even
getting it.
But that's where it goes. That's where it goes, Andrew. That's where it goes.
No, I'm just asking what this means.
I gave you my definition. Move on. Provide your definition. Provide whatever it is you want to do.
Yeah, so I can give you my definition of masculinity, but you haven't given me yours.
I did. Go for it.
So I did. I just want to make sure I got it right then, and I'm going to write down every word. Masculinity is men doing the right thing.
Because it's the right thing, not for any sort of transaction or reward.
Men doing the right thing because it's the right thing.
Yes.
Now, I need you to understand this. I know that you think that these are sneaky debate tricks, right? Even though I've sat across this table, this, by the way, is the first time ever that I've been in studio and had a one-on-one debate where it's even been slightly heated. And usually we start serious, where it's been a 1v1, where it's even been, well, no, with two degenerates. That was the only other time. Literally, that was the only other time in a 1v1 where it was even really
never
heated.
Gotten heated. You've never gotten heated, dude.
It was pretty tame. No, I'm serious.
You've never gotten heated.
No, what did I just say? Can you even repeat back?
In a one-on-one debate, it's never been heated.
No. What did I fucking see? You're not even listening, dude. You don't even know how to listen.
This is the only one.
I said in this studio, this is the only 1v1 that I can think of where it's even gotten heated.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the case. And usually it's because I clarify everything before we start talking about it, so we're not talking past each other.
Yeah, because you love definitions. It's your favorite thing in the whole world.
Dude, how do we know what we're talking about?
Well, you know what we're talking about.
No,
I don't know. Yes, you do.
Okay, masculinity is men doing the right thing. Okay, well, I think the right thing is for you to fucking, punch yourself in the fucking dick. Now do it.
Great.
So you're feminine.
You're
feminine.
Okay.
Punch yourself in the dick or you're feminine.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because you're feminine.
Good point.
Fucking stupid, dude. You
Yeah,
have
good
to
point.
tell me what these things mean.
Good point.
Tell me what it means. What does
No.
it mean? What is the right
That's
thing?
my definition.
What is
Go
the
ahead
right
and
thing,
define
bro?
your thing. No,
what
I'm
is the
not
right
doing
thing,
that.
bro?
I'm not doing it.
What
Tell
is
me your
it?
definition.
What is the right thing?
Tell me your definition.
You haven't told me
Tell me
anything.
your definition.
All right, this is starting to go back and forth.
What does a lot?
Here, I ain't gonna lie. Now, I get dudes debate tactics because it's not even a tactic. It is really just trying to figure out what things mean, because a person can say one thing and whatever that word they say, how they interpret that word is going to come about it, or how they interpret that law or any type of thing, they might have a different interpretation on it. So it's always good to try to clarify before you get into a real debate. So I appreciate it, but yeah, it's getting a little too back and forth.
Bro, you can't beat Wave 1.
Trying to see if I could get anything out of it, but every time I get out, try to find a good point, they just keep going back and forth.
Okay, go for it then. You've been bad faith this whole time.
There's no, bro. Asking
You're
you
a bad faith debater.
Asking you about
You're
your
a bad
proprietary fucking definition. This is a cool red pill talking point. I wonder if you can refute it. Do you think that that men care about body count?
I think some of them do.
Yeah, would you?
No.
No, you wouldn't care?
I wouldn't.
If she had fucked 20,000 guys?
If I loved her, I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't care? 30?
There's no number. If I love somebody, I would care. I don't care.
Yeah. What if she had sucked 20 guys' dicks at once?
Do you think that's going to change my answer?
I'm just curious.
I've already answered it. If I cared about somebody, I don't care.
No matter what?
Correct. As long as I don't have an STD, I don't care.
Do you think it's a legitimate preference that men have that they don't want women with high body counts?
I think any preference is legitimate. If somebody has a preference, they have a preference.
Okay.
So what?
So do you think that that's a legitimate preference?
Sure. I said any preference is legitimate. Remember when I said that?
And then what do you think most men would consider a high body count to be?
I have no clue. I have no clue.
Okay.
How would I know that?
Okay. Fair enough. Do you think that most men would maybe consider 10 would probably be pretty high?
Not necessarily, no. Not in 2025, no.
You don't think so?
I don't.
You don't think that?
In reality, I would think 10 was a lot, but when you talk about this new age, 15, 20, I'd probably be a little too uncomfortable. 15, 20. I'm 30 now, so let me. I'm thinking about this from a. Let's break this down. So high school, right? Let's say most people started having sex in high school around 11th grade. They might have had 1 or 2 encounters. At the most, somebody in high school might have like 4 or 5 bodies, maybe. Then you obviously got the people going super crazy. So let's just say 2, 3 bodies. College, 4 bodies, 4 to 5 bodies. So you already at 7, 8 bodies, right? Now after college, the dating, partying from 23 to 30, how many bodies you think that is? If they was single, let's just say 30 to 50% of the time of that time. Maybe had 4 or 5 boyfriends. If you had 4 or 5 boyfriends, you can have 4 or 5 boyfriends in 7 years. I think it's crazy because it's crazy to me because I've been with one person. Well, not with them anymore, but I was with one person for damn near 7, well, longer than that. But from 23 to 30, I was damn near with one person from that time period is what I'm saying. So, say you got say you could have 3 to 4 boyfriends. So that puts you at already 11, 12. And then say you had a couple sleep-arounds in that 23 to 30 year when you were single, maybe a one-night stand, maybe 2 one-night stands, maybe 3. 2 to 3 one-night stands. So now we at 14, 15. Shit. maybe you got like 1 or 2 1 month boyfriends. I don't know. I could see around 15. I could read at 30 years old. I could see 15, and I wouldn't be like she a ho. I would prefer her have like 5, maybe 7 bodies, a little less than 10 to feel good. I mean, I'm not gonna ask. I'll never ask. I think for me, when it comes to dating seriously, I think the higher your body count or the trauma, regardless of it, you maybe don't have no trauma with a high body count, but most of the time you can tell a girl got a little craziness to her. So I'd be chilling. When I could tell a girl a little crazy, I'm like, she probably been through a lot, I'm leave her alone. So for me, there's little signs I look at. I don't need to ask no body count. I just could look at how they kind of carry themselves, and like I could kind of see she probably been around the way. It's nice seeing you. Probably won't even ask to talk to you because that's just how it is. You just could kind of tell with certain people. And I'm talking about in high school, the girls that just look a certain type of way. It's like, oh yeah, she probably get around. That's all I say. So I say around 30, about 15. Then when you get to, let's just say 35, you should have only like 3 more bodies, maybe 5, maybe 3 to 5 more bodies by 35. Once we get 35, 40, I don't want to get up there. So I could see over 10 to 15 bodies from 25 to 30. You would be like, maybe it'd take us seriously and not question it. But if you knew that, I don't know. That's a different story. I'm just talking about who you actually dating and what they really might have in reality, especially if you're in a dating and you ain't really been in a long-term relationship with them. If you just met them off the whim and they been living their life, they went through college, all that good stuff, yeah, they might got 7 to 15 bodies. And that's just new day and age. That's the new wifey number, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know. It's really crazy to even think about it like that because I don't think 7's not crazy. 7 at 30 is not crazy by any means. That means you had like 1 or 2 in high school, 1 or 2 in college, and that's reasonable. 1 or 2 boyfriends every once in a while, and then once you got to like 23 to 30, you might have a one-night stand here, and then you might have had another 2 or 3 boyfriends. Like, that's not bad. Or maybe you had 2 night stands, and then you had 2 boyfriends, and that's your 7. Or that's your 8. That's not that bad at 30. I'm not tripping on that because that's just like life, bro. Like damn, what's she supposed to do that whole time? Just saying, that's a long time not to get the bean flicked. I'm just saying. 23 to 30, you want her to have from high school to college, from college to high school, you want her to have 2 bodies. And she ain't had a boyfriend in 6 years. Ew! That's some cotton wheels on that thing, boy. I ain't gonna tell you. Now I'm being funny. If I met a girl that was hella conservative, maybe only had 3, I would just expect that she probably had a boyfriend for a long time, though. If she had only 3 or 4 bodies, I probably think she was in a long-term relationship. Now, if she wasn't, I salute to her.
That men would have a preference against being with a woman who's fucked 10 different dudes before them?
Some men would, but not all men.
Yeah. So the men who would find that revolting, what do you think they should do in 2025 when you just said there's not very many women who haven't had that?
Fine. I didn't say there's not that many women that haven't had that. I'm saying that
is 10 dudes, is a woman fucking 10 dudes revolting? That's a good question. Makes you think. In reality, in the perfect world, I would definitely not want it to be 10. I would pray to God it wasn't 10. But in reality, bro, 10 is easy to get 10. And maybe I'm speaking from personal experience, but it's easy to catch up. 10, you can get to 10 pretty quick, especially when you talk about what age group you're in. Because some people have 4 and just in their adolescence. Some people had 4 bodies before they graduated high school. So you say 10, it's like I don't know, maybe I'm The girl that had 4 in high school, is she dateable after high school? Yeah, maybe she just was getting it out early. Oh, man, this is a funny conversation. Because in reality, a lot of people not even wanting to date long term like that. A lot of people not even looking for lifelong commitments. And I guess that's probably the secularism that's like infiltrated America. I guess that's what the kind of that dude was talking about. So I could get it, especially when people not really built on, I want this to be a long term thing. So if you want to talk about people taking 3, 4, 5 years and loving somebody, being with somebody, and wanting to find a new partner afterwards, and that kind of catching their bodies up over the years that they grow up, I could get that. And that's probably a lifestyle a lot of people comfortable with living. Like they're going to be pretty much, they're going to be single, but dating habitually or something like that. And that's a lifestyle for them. Like, I guess. Like, I'm it's not that crazy. That's all I'm saying. If a girl had 10 bodies and she probably was going to catch some more bodies, I'm sure she probably don't even care if she's not in a long-term relationship. Let's be real. I don't even think women care that dudes care that they got high body counts. Because honestly, most dudes be happy just to get girls. So, and that's, like he said, 40% of dudes sleep with women the most. So most women know they could go find a 60% nigga somewhere. And some type of whatever. And I'm not saying that's all type of measure. I'm just saying if a girl is saying I'm gonna pick that lifestyle of being a hoe or being out here in the streets, she like, when I'm 40, if I want to shack up with a nigga, I'll find one of them thirsty niggas that's been chasing my tail for a long time. So I think a lot of the women be comfortable not being married with high body counts. Like I think they be like, I'm gonna find a nigga, and a lot of them do, if I'm being honest. So with me, I'm thinking just like 10, 15, depending on your relationship. Like if you want a wife or a long-term relationship, I would hope that it's probably less than 5, if I'm being honest. But if you're going to be a guy that's dating a girl a year here, a year there, 2 years here, and not really, you don't even want to be serious because you focused on yourself or you focused on being a better person or not really trying to commit or anything like that, there's nothing wrong with that. But you got to also understand, you probably going to be dating and fucking girls that also got decent-sized body counts, like at least more than 10. And it's hard to probably expect them to be less than that just because they kind of doing some of the same things you're doing. They're not really looking for nothing too serious. They focused on their career. It works here 3 months with a guy one time. Another relationship went 6 months here. I ain't dated a dude for 2 years. And then backdoor, she dated another dude for a year. Backdoor, like that's going to happen. And I think that's not disgusting if you're not, it's not even disgusting. I just think mentally, if a girl got a high body count, it's a good chance that she might fold in the future, long term. So I wouldn't want to expect nothing long term anyways, because it already got a history of showing that she's not really on no commitment regardless. Because 10, 15, 20 dudes is like, well, you clearly not trying to commit to nobody. Because I'm sure at least 4 of them dudes would have wiped you up. So, and there's nothing wrong. I said nothing wrong with people that don't want to commit. That's how a lot of people see life these days. And I just think that's the new world that we coming into. We used to be very marriage forward, very religious forward, very conservative forward, and now we ultra liberal, ultra dating, people just sleeping around. And when I say sleeping around, I'm not even saying like hoes, like they got 15 bodies a year. Like, I ain't even known that. Like when I say sleeping around, they might have had a dude here, a dude there, and then it is some girls that do be having rosters. Let's just be real. They keep a rotation, just like it's dudes. And you gotta be careful with them. But them be like them, I ain't gonna lie. The girls that got a rotation, they'll be the players. You can see them from a mile away. They'll be the bottle girls or whatever, the IG models. That's the ones that be having a roster of men type shit. But you gotta be careful too. It be them. It's some. I ain't gonna lie. All type of girls got rosters. Let me just chill. But the ones you gotta really be worried about is, I can't lie. You gotta be worried. These days, you gotta be worried about a motherfucker having a roster. I ain't gonna lie. That's reality. That's reality.
That isn't necessarily such a high body count for some people. I didn't say every woman has that body count.
I didn't say every.
Well, then they should find somebody that doesn't have that body count. That's what they want.
What if okay, but what if it's the case that an overwhelming majority of women have that body count?
if a majority of women had that body count, I would assume that majority of women don't really, not majority, but most of those women don't really have marriage in the forefront of their mind. They might want to get married one day, but it ain't a main priority, like they dying to have it.
Then men are shit out of luck, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
So how are you helping them?
I'm saying that I don't think that's the case. If that is the case and men don't want to change their preference, then they won't find anyone to date.
So you're saying that if they have a preference against this, that they should just change their preference.
I didn't say that.
So what should they do?
If every woman is disqualified, then they're not going to date.
So if it is the case then that promiscuity increases in society, which that's what the trends are showing, you at least agree with that. Promiscuity, the trends show that has been drastically increasing over the last 20 years.
Like I said, I don't think it's that drastically different than it was when we were in college, so no.
Okay. You don't think like OF has increased since you were in college?
That doesn't necessarily mean they're banging a bunch of other dudes. Porn has been around for a long time.
Yeah, but the thing is the individualized form of it has not.
Yeah, but they're often with their own partners and stuff, so it doesn't matter.
They do BG,
BV
with
has
other
been
people.
around for a long time. You remember
not
Jenna Jameson? You remember all of them? Like, it's been around,
not
dude.
even close to the same rates,
around,
dude.
Okay, it's been around.
Do you ever think we've been in a situation like with Zoomers where it could be as many as 1 in 10 women do porn ever?
Okay.
Ever? Fucking ever.
Okay, those are OF people. That doesn't mean general women. There are average people getting married every day, Andrew. It's not.
Marriage is decreasing.
But it's still average people get married every day. Even if they're decreasing.
Listen, it happens.
So people are finding these people that are on OF.
I agree that you should be going for good marriages, but here's where our problem. You should be going for good marriages, but here's my problem. My problem is when we get into the preferences of men. When you say we should be looking for alternatives.
All right, man, I'll wrap it up here just because I like something that he said, and I give the overall solution of what I think should be the answer. He said he does think people should get in good marriages. He thinks that people should look for good marriages. In my opinion, I think men should refocus and make sure they got everything they want together. And I honestly think men should try to honestly reform the courts and reform a lot of things dealing with the kids' rights before we get into marriages. Honestly, I think there should be a huge reform on society in general before we get into marriages, just based on how incentivized society is and geared to ending relationships, bro. And I'm not, if you're getting married or you want to get married, there's nothing wrong with it. Fight for it, believe in God. It's always going to be temptation trying to end or come between you and your spouse. That's just the life we live in. But regardless of that, I think with society being so ill towards marriages and men and how it really can decay a man that's in a bad relationship. Like, if you're in a bad relationship, if you're in a bad marriage, you really could get decayed, and it really does take away from your life force. Yeah, I'm just being real. And it's no different than a woman. But I think with society, women have been able to tell men what they want, and I think most women been able to choose the right men that they want as far as what they expect to get out of them. And I think a lot of men had no problem with that deal until, like I said, society starts to gear them as the villain and stuff like that. But my granny calling me. I'm about to get up out of here.